guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Again? Well, I guess it is. Well, hi there. Here comes a Friday. All right. Always seems to feel a little bit better on Friday, doesn't it? Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Hope you've had a good week. I know you're really excited about the weekend, especially if you're going to be traveling out west. Because if your travel plans do have you rolling through parts of Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, you may be holed up somewhere for a couple of days. Yeah, not just a couple of hours. It's all beginning to come together. Let's start with storm system number 1 before we move out west. System number 1, that's the one that's been bringing a lot of rain and continues to bring rain to parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, headed over toward the northeast. The rains have moved into southwestern portions of Pennsylvania. Looks like if we zoom in a little bit more, I think it's raining in Pittsburgh. Yes, it is. You got rain in Pittsburgh. Line of showers extends right along the Ohio-West Virginia line. Most of the rain's on the Ohio side right now, but some of that rain will be pushing into Parkersburg, West Virginia. Still some spotty showers here in southwestern Ohio, but the heavier rains are now south of the Cincinnati, Ohio metro area down into, you got some fairly heavy rain, especially from about Louisville on east. Most of Kentucky is in the rain. The southernmost reaches of the state from about Bowling Green south across the board. Southern Kentucky, you're not seeing the rain, but in the heart of the state. Get back into southwestern portions of Indiana, some heavy rains there down toward Evansville. Southern Illinois, showers extending all the way back toward right about Springfield, Missouri. That's kind of the tail end of the line with the shower activity. It's all gradually pushing off to the east, but dropping fairly heavy amounts of rain. Well, there is a little bit of snow popping up in and around the Denver area tonight, but this is the system well before the main event gets underway here later on Friday night into Saturday and through Sunday. That's been the big story of the week. Forecasters have been talking about this literally all week now. The storm itself is now in the desert southwest. So you have some showers from north of Phoenix up toward Lake Havasu City. And not a whole lot going on just yet, but this is the storm that's going to really begin pumping up as we progress through the day. So let's jump right into it with our travelers' weather. Again, it's going to be some real travel headaches with wintry weather on one side, and confidence is growing for a severe weather side of the storm, sweeping much of the south, central, and southeastern USA. Colorado, the governor there, Jared Polis, announcing he's activated the National Guard beginning at the noon hour today, Friday, until the noon hour Monday. National Guard will respond for search and rescue requests through the Emergency Operations Center due to the storm. Governor says, I urge you to stay home. If it's going to snow hard in your area, we don't need them out there having to rescue you. Snowfall is going to pick up in intensity across the central and southern Rockies and across Colorado and southeastern Wyoming in particular. Really, it's more like Saturday night is the main event into Sunday, where you will see hours of 1 to 3 inches per hour accumulating as that storm continues, and the strong winds will be ramping up as well. Last evening, we touched on the likelihood of blizzard conditions. The criteria is likely to be met. Gusts could reach 30 miles per hour as the storm first gets underway Saturday. Then we'll see the winds increasing as high as 40 miles per hour Saturday night, up to 50 miles per hour on Sunday. So it's the time frame Saturday night into and maybe through much of the day Sunday, where in all likelihood that blizzard criteria will be met. Don't see any blizzard watches or advisories just yet, but that's probably going to be changing as the storm all comes together. Roadways like I-25, I-80, probably going to be shut down late Saturday and into Sunday, according to AccuWeather. More than a foot of snow across a compact area. Northeastern Colorado, southeastern Wyoming, and southwestern Nebraska. Now, Denver, you're still in line for 1 to 2 feet of snow from this storm. We do have a chance of eclipsing the seasonal total with this one storm there in Denver. I'm not going to go through all the numbers because we went through that last evening. Some of the biggest storms back in history. This is going to be probably definitely in the top 5, maybe even the top 3 when all is said and done. It's going to be a very heavy, wet kind of snow. It's going to cling to the trees. First of all, you'll have whiteout conditions, trees and power lines coming down, blowing and drifting of snow over the vast open areas and over the ridges, as well as the passes there. Several feet of snow could pile up over the foothills west of Denver and southeastern Wyoming. Some of these numbers, they're saying we could see totals approaching 60 inches. Yes, 60. Forecasters warned unnecessary travel needs to be avoided Saturday afternoon through Sunday for your safety. Due to the risk of power outages, they've been advising, get prepared. Have your flashlights, your batteries. If you have a generator, make sure it's test it out, make it's up and working. Everything's fueled up in advance of this storm. Snow from the weekend storm follows this quick-hitting storm, unloading a few inches of snow on parts of Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle on over into southwestern portions of South Dakota. As I mentioned, there's a little bit of snow tonight in and around, primarily west of Denver. Mixed precip between Denver and Cheyenne. Not much happening yet in the Nebraska Panhandle, but overnight we'll see a little bit of snow pushing through those areas. Now, the projected path of the storm from the Four Corners region, we're talking Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, into the high plains. It's going to be on the northern side of the storm. Typically, storms that clobber Denver with the heavy snow usually bring lesser amounts to Colorado Springs and Pueblo, Colorado. That may not be the case with this particular system. Now, I want to take you to the it's KDVR out of Denver. And this is the forecast that they're breaking down. Yes, the weekend storm is on track. We're forecasting some sunshine, 20% chance of just some rain or snow across the Front Range. Yeah, highs will be in the 40s. The mountains start dry, then snow showers developed, just a couple of inches. The cold front begins to push in later today, later Friday. Some off and on snow showers for Denver, maybe 1 or 2 inches west of I-25 into the foothills. The main event, the main system arrives Saturday into Sunday. The window for the heaviest snow, Saturday afternoon into Sunday morning. Snow should taper off by Sunday night. We could see a bit of rain even mixing in with the snow near Denver International Airport and across the eastern plains. It could change to all rain over parts of the eastern plains, which would cut down on the total accumulations. But grand totals, 1 to 2 feet in Denver and across I-25, 2 to 6 feet in the foothills above about the 6,000-foot level. Calmer conditions arriving by Monday, a few lingering snow showers early on there. So take you to the National Weather Service office out of Denver, Colorado, and this is the way they're breaking it down right now. This significant late-season storm moves across the desert southwest Friday to near the Four Corners region by Saturday, then tracking east-northeast across southeastern Colorado on Sunday. That track's going to bring the significant snow to much of northeast and north-central Colorado, resulting difficult, if not impossible, travel Saturday afternoon through Sunday and even Sunday night. The most severe conditions from deep accumulating snow will occur in and near the Front Range mountains and foothills, where 2 to 4 feet of snow may fall, and along the I-25 urban corridor, up to 2 feet of snow expected there. Temperatures will be warm enough to bring a mix of rain and snow to areas east of, say, a Greeley to Lyman line. Saturday into Saturday evening, temperatures should turn cold enough there, though, Saturday night into Sunday for mostly snowfall. Winds are also going to increase by Sunday with blowing and drifting snow across the plains. So your winter storm warning kicks in at 5 a.m. Mountain Time on Saturday, then continues till 6 a.m. on Monday. It's going to be one of those weekends in that region of the country where, you just hunker down and hope you don't lose power, and I guess watch some Netflix or break out the old DVD collection, whatever it's going to be, and just take it easy. For Denver, 14 to 24 inches is the forecast. Accumulations up to 30 inches near Boulder and Fort Collins, with winds as high as 35 miles per hour. So this again, Fort Collins, Boulder, western suburbs of Denver, Denver Direct, Castle Rock, and Greeley, Colorado. Travel difficult to impossible. Finish preparations for this storm by Friday. Conditions are going to deteriorate very quickly Saturday as the storm arrives. So there's the breakdown out of Denver. Yeah, there's, of course, a number of other advisories. Here's a quick look at from the Weather Service in Pueblo, Colorado. This includes areas like Teller County, the Rampart Range, Pikes Peak, between the 7,500 and 11,000 feet elevations. So we're talking heavy snow expected, 10 to 20 inches, locally higher amounts up to 2 feet. On the eastern-facing slopes, winds up to 40 miles per hour, especially later Saturday and Sunday, Pikes Peak. So it's a region of the country where it's going to get ugly real quick like. So again, if you're going to be having to pass through that region, I guess the best advice is try to get through today. Get through there on Friday before things literally shut down from the Saturday evening into Sunday. So much of southern Colorado, especially southeastern portions of southeastern Wyoming, north central, northeastern Colorado, and much of the Nebraska panhandle. The panhandle of Nebraska, it's winter storm watches still there. Guess they're kind of waiting to see how this all comes together, how much snow you might see there. Then we've got the rainy side of the storm. Confidence growing among forecasters for one of the more threatening severe events that we've seen so far this year. All right, as this storm pivots eastward, begins to tap into the warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico, and then, of course, you've got the dry, cooler air from the desert southwest. They're going to be clashing, the clash of the air masses. That's going to be the fuel for widespread thunderstorm development. Prior to the storm's slow crawl from the southwest to the middle portions of the country, that stalled front is the focal point for rounds of showers, flooding, downpours, and could see some localized severe weather over portions of the plains and the Ohio Valley here as we head on through Friday. The much broader and more populous areas are looking like later from Friday through Sunday. Areas that could see the outbreak of severe weather, Oklahoma City to Dallas, over to Little Rock, Arkansas. So think ahead about, obviously, some travel disruptions. Outdoor plans are going to have to be moved indoors, and make preparations for any severe weather. Our first wave of severe storms will be centered over portions of western Texas and Oklahoma, starting late in the day Friday, later today, then headed into the overnight hours. Saturday, a new round of hard-hitting storms develops in West Texas, sweeping eastward through the rest of the weekend, reaching the lower Mississippi Valley later on Sunday. For the first half of the weekend, storms are likely to fire up in northwestern Texas, maybe midday Saturday, then pushing eastward through northern Texas and the western half of Oklahoma. Yeah, right now, it's all facets of severe weather possible: flash flooding, hail, strong straight-line winds, and yes, the possibility of tornadoes. A major tornado outbreak still does not appear likely at this time, but we could see some isolated incidents. All it takes is that one tornado wreaking destruction and possibly taking lives. But travel along stretches of I-20, 30, 35, and 40 will be impeded at times as these storms sweep through. Rain going to be coming down so hard you can't hardly see you past the hood of your truck, you know. All right, persistent rounds of rain will continue across the central and southern plains here right on through the weekend. From eastern Kansas, southern Missouri, we could see more than 4 inches of rain in just a few days' time. AccuWeather says local storm max totals of up to 11 inches is possible in areas that see the consistent downpours. So we've got the flood watches. The area I'm looking at, southern portions of Kansas, about the southern half of Missouri, the southern third of Illinois, and southwestern Indiana, the northwestern portions of Kentucky. Those are the areas right now that are under flood watches. That's kind of the bullseye where you're going to see the most persistent, consistent training of showers and thunderstorms. All right, dry air sweeping in behind the storm early next week should be bringing in much calmer weather in the aftermath of these potential severe storms, allowing folks to get out for some cleanup operations. There you go. Quick look at some of our travelers' weather as we make our way into a Friday. We are turning the page on the calendar. It's the 12th day of March that we'll be rolling into here. Our number, 844-3388. I'll be the first to mention. I know you can you see it on the screen? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts have arrived. Yes, I don't think they're up on the website just yet. They're getting the photographs all taken, and they'll have the T-shirts on. I got Yeah, I've got the first, pretty much the only right now, the Steve Sommers overnight drive cap. Kind of a blackish on the front, the blue mesh, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. They sent this for like approval. Yeah, the nice embroidered design. I think Kyle said they're going to go ahead and he was under the impression that they were making all the hats. He said, "Hell, we got one," and they wanted approval. So I don't know how long it'll take, but they will be producing the hats. They'll be done in however long it takes, whatever, maybe a week or so. I'm not sure how long it takes to produce a batch, but yeah, the shirts are in. We've also got, you may see some of the stickers. I put a couple up around here. Got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio stickers that you see on, I think there's one down there, one on the back of the screen here. And what else? Oh, we also got some of the magnets, somebody suggested, why don't you get like some dash calendars or whatever? These are the magnetic. You put them on the fridge or whatever. You got something metal in your truck, but you could use a little Velcro or whatever to put it on your dash. But little calendars for 2021. It's got, of course, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo. Call or text Steve at 844-3388. I'm not sure what all else they're working on, but all right, it's coming together. We're getting some of our apparel stuff ready to roll here. Under the industry headlines, let's start here with Indiana State Police investigating a fatal two-truck crash that occurred in Clay County Wednesday night, a little after 6:30 on I-70 at the 19-mile marker. State police say a 35-year-old Pennsylvania-based truck driver, Emmanuel Ramos, was traveling eastbound on I-70 at speeds of 60 miles per hour when suddenly he was struck in the rear by another semi-trailer. Force of that collision causing both semi-trucks off the interstate to the south side into the wooded line, the woods area. The driver of the second semi, 48-year-old Tennessee resident Carrie Baker, died at the scene. 26-year-old Tennessee resident E.M. Wyndham was in the sleeper berth of Baker's truck when the crash occurred. Wyndham suffered non-life-threatening neck and back injuries from the impact of the accident, transported to the hospital. State police say drugs and alcohol are not believed to be a contributing factor in the accident, but an autopsy has been scheduled for Baker. So if you're rolling along at 60 miles per hour and another truck slams into the rear, almost sounds like he may have had a medical issue of some sort. Who knows? He may have been going 89, 90 miles per hour. I mean, the photographs show a very, very significant impact to the rear of that truck. Again, not stopped, but he's rolling along at 60. So, yeah, maybe the other driver had some sort of a medical issue or something, blacked out, fell asleep. Who knows? But that's obviously, that's why the autopsy's been ordered. Did he have a heart attack, a stroke, or something of that nature? Cell phone footage capturing the heroic actions of one man as he shattered the windshield of an overturned truck to save a woman who was trapped inside. This happened last week in Sacramento, California. The hero, Nicholas Lee, can be seen in the video through the glass trying to free the woman inside the cab of the truck that had tipped over on the highway. The video then shows Lee bursting through the windshield from the inside using his bare hands to knock the glass out of the way. Now, Lee said her leg was stuck the entire time. I was trying to get her to remain calm, pull her leg out. Lee was able to create an opening wide enough in the windshield and successfully helped her escape the vehicle. She immediately ran into the arms of her daughter. Now, Lee, his arms covered in blood, also got a hug from the grateful woman. I know that she thanked me. She was happy. It did put a smile on my face. So yeah, he said. Now, Lee's a former Sierra College defensive lineman football player. He kind of credits his time in the Sierra College football program for giving him the confidence to rescue the trapped woman. She was taken to the hospital after the incident there in Sacramento. All right, of course, weather. That's going to be one of the top industry stories as well. And from CDL Life, where, as we were just covering here a few moments ago, forecasters say it's going to be a tough weekend for travel in Colorado and Wyoming. This epic winter storm. Winter storm warnings are in place for both Colorado and Wyoming as we head into the weekend. Colorado bracing for a possible historic snowfall. All right, forecasters say Denver could be blanketed with as much as 2 feet of snow. We know. West of Denver, Fort Collins and Boulder could see amounts closer to 3 feet. Colorado Department of Transportation is warning drivers, obviously, to avoid unnecessary travel. So here's the actual statement. That's the reason I just brought this one up. From the Colorado DOT, the forecast has a wide range of accumulations from 1 to 3 feet in and around the Denver region. Particularly the western and southern areas, heavier snow may fall over the foothills and east of the Continental Divide. The most severe impacts are expected for the lower elevations, hitting late Friday, lasting through the weekend. The last time a storm like this swept through the state was back in 2003, where we saw up to 6 feet in parts of the foothills. Heavy accumulations along I-70 and I-25 and other highway corridors in the foothills and the Front Range. Heavy snow expected along the I-70 mountain corridor to the Eisenhower Memorial Johnson Tunnel. But here's what motorists need to know. If you are planning to travel the I-70 mountain corridor for a weekend in the mountains, get to your destination before the storm. We're talking before Friday evening. Regardless of your destination, get there before the storm hits. Avoid traveling on impacted roads during the storm throughout the Denver metro area, the I-70 mountain corridor and I-25, the South Gap, where you've got the construction zone between Castle Rock and Monument. Colorado DOT, they say, is likely to close these roadways for safety reasons, depending on the severity of the storm. It's also possible I-70 east of Air Park Road and other roadways in the eastern plains may close. DOT crews will be out in force, plowing roads, focusing on clearing I-25, I-70, and impacted interstates. They will make multiple passes on these roads during the storm and will not be able to plow the secondary routes until the worst of the storm has passed. So they're not even going to touch the secondaries. That means many roadways will be heavily snow-packed, almost impassable, right? Now, during a significant and high-impact snowstorm, travel should be limited to emergency and essential reasons, with the proper vehicle, with the proper tires for heavy snow. Do not attempt to drive in such weather conditions unless you have the appropriate tires with good tread. Leave ample distance behind vehicles ahead. Do not pass the snow plows. If you're out in the storm, have your emergency kit, blankets, food, batteries, water, a shovel, and some survival supplies. You may get stranded. It's best to just stay off the roads during this event. All right, more information on preparing for the storm, chain and traction laws, other winter storm guidance. Go to winter.codot.gov. Winter.coloradodot.codot.gov. Well, they have all the breakdown for you there. All right, coming up, we'll get to your calls as we roll into a Friday. Lines available around the country at 844-3388. I had an email somewhere in the mix here. I'll find that during the break. One of our fine listening friends, thanking us for helping her to get through the night. Let me really quick flip over here to see what we got going on our comments this morning. Yes, I started it off with Friday. Here comes the weekend. All right, Greg says, Louisiana Greg here. Haven't talked to you in about a year. Retired from UPS Freight, stayed around the house for about a month, got bored, and went back to running a heavy wrecker. And a guy ran a red light and T-boned me. Knocked the hood off the truck, tore my shoulder. Just got it fixed. Hell, I'm out for another 16 weeks. Keep up the good work. Hope everything goes okay. You have a blessed day. All right, well, so you're on the mend anyway, but, what an incident. All right, old Demon's out. Oh, you're going to be heading out west. I guess I'll be taking the southern route as I head toward the land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea there, Scotty. Ron says, or you could use your snowmobile, right? Dale checks in. Morning. Happy Friday from Jacksonville, where it's clearing, 57 degrees, looking for a high of 80 for Friday. Y'all be safe out there. Take care. All right. Steve says, staying out of the snow in warm Simi Valley, California. And Vicky said, yes, good morning. Loving this weather. One last, Ron says, stimulus check just in time for your merchandise. Okay. Yeah, you're winning there. That's one of the top headlines. Yeah, Biden was supposed to hold the whole ceremonial thing, signing of the $1.9 trillion stimulus sometime later today, here on Friday. Now, in the fashion that has been taking place since he took office, everyone got a surprise. He signed it this past evening, Thursday evening, before he spoke to the people, I think, for about 20 minutes. I did not waste my time to get up and tune into what he had to say, but that was kind of the surprise that he had signed it, and nobody was aware, and so the media wasn't there. They got the word kind of like after the fact. So we're not taking any questions. No questions for Joe. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Underway on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden signed his massive $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill a day earlier. The ceremony happening after Biden originally planned to sign it on Friday. The relief bill getting no support from Republicans in the House or Senate. Republican Senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy, telling Fox News,
we tried with President Biden. He said, look, I'll meet you halfway. We said, okay. Well, and then he just ignored us. I mean, if he was meeting us halfway, he's a damn poor judge of distance.
A federal judge struck down a nationwide eviction moratorium issued by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, ruling the 2020 ban was beyond its authority. The CDC argued the eviction ban was needed to curb the spread of the coronavirus. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes, indeed, we find ourselves in the secret bunker, the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a Friday morning. Get set for the weekend. All right, I found the email. Nice email. It was sad, but kind of heartwarming at the same time, from Cookie. Dear Steve, this is not a backhanded comment, but thanks for putting me to sleep. My problem is when life gets too hard for me to carry the heavy burdens, I suffer insomnia. Trust me, I know she's not alone in that category. As much as I try to fall asleep, my thoughts are running in 20 different directions. I can't relax, can't get to sleep. At first, it was insomnia caused by my wayward kids several years ago. Thankfully, that's been resolved some by now. And now, my beloved husband is a victim of terminal brain cancer. We've been married for 47 years. I cannot imagine life without him. These last 14 months have been something we never in our wildest dreams thought we would ever imagine. Harder days are coming, I know, but with the Lord's help, we will still find the blessing in each day that we're together. Tuning into your trucking radio program, I find your wonderful voice and your familiar voices of Vic and Eagle, the Chevy guy, and so many others, especially Lone Ranger, so comforting. The many topics you guys talk about are some of the ones my husband and I talked about when he was able to communicate well. I miss that so much. As this horrible disease continues to take over his mind and spirit, I do find some solace in hearing your voice and hearing about all the truckers and the good people that call in. All you guys keep it real for me. The serious discussions, the humor, the sharing of life on the road. All I can say is thank you. You don't know how much it means to me. And when my body and mind finally calm down and I finally fall asleep in the wee hours, I have you and the gang to thank for that. What I miss on the live broadcast, I then pick up on the replay. What a blessing. Thank you so much to Chris, for making that possible. Years ago, my CB handle was Cookie. My bull shooter still calls me that. So I'll sign off as Cookie. Thank you so much, Cookie. That's like I said, heartwarming, heartbreaking at the same time. Yeah, I can't imagine having to go through that. And I know my mother-in-law had to go through that, watching Pops go down here about a little over a year ago with the dementia, finally passing on New Year's Eve of 2020, no less. And my mother going through the same thing, where my stepdad had been diagnosed with cancer, and it was pretty short order. It took him down, and we lost him in 2020. So to some extent, I can see what you're going through, but on a one-on-one basis, I can't imagine. But thank you so much for tuning in, and great to have you with us. So there you go. Maybe a blessing in disguise. That's what we're all here for. And over the years, we know we've become kind of like a family out there in listener land. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The line's available here on a Friday. Let's guess who gets to be first out of the box.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your Majesty. I guess we got to go to Your Majesty now. That's what we were supposed to do. All right. So anyway, so what can you say after that email? Your show is a beacon in the night, Steve. It's just it is. It's what needs to be on the air, and it's good that as she said, it's good that Chris brought it back. Saw the need for it and had the want and the will to do. So thank you.
Yes.
But yeah, best to her. So as you say, on a one-to-one basis, you can't even imagine what they're going through.
Right.
So, hey, last night on the end of your show, because as she just said, you get to hear the replay some. I opened up the YouTube and realized I still hadn't listened to the last half hour of last night's show when I started listening. And you had a thing there that the legislature in Texas is trying to get something passed through about the insurance and the lawsuits on the trucks.
Yeah, making the truck driver. Okay, sure. Yeah. That's leaving the truck drivers pretty much solely responsible. That doesn't sound fair, does it?
Yeah. So does that mean now that all the truck drivers need to have $1 million or multi-million-dollar insurance thing out there for operating a vehicle? Because before, they're always going to come after you no matter what. But some of them will try to take a lot of stuff you have, but at this point, if you take all the responsibility away from the companies that hire these drivers, and I hate to say it, there's quite a few of them I see out here that shouldn't be out here, and put it all onto the driver, does that mean that these ambulance chasing lawyers are going to go for these multi-million-dollar settlements and try to get everything they can out of whatever driver that's involved with the accident?
The way that's what it kind of sounded like to me. The idea is, though, the old saying, you can't get blood out of a turnip, whatever. They're not going to get multi-million dollars, but they could. Yeah, I guess they could take everything you've worked for your entire life if you're the one if they go after you as a driver versus the company, right?
Well, that's what I was just looking at. We were just talking with our financial planner, and me personally, I have close to $2 million, put away right now for, assets and,
sure.
Liquid funds and assets. I have close to $2 million put away. So, if I was involved in an accident and, if my dash cam doesn't prove it was actually the car's fault, then, and even if it does, even when it's somebody else's fault, they still come after you for whatever you got. So does that, I'm just wondering, does that mean I really should look for a way to protect myself that way? If something like, even now, even without that, I probably should anyways, but I'm just, I don't know. It's just as you say, it's just trying to pass off on from one source to another. So the regulation should be is that, that you can only get so much for what you're going after. You can't go after something that's way more excessive than what is actually needed for the for the whole deal. Because if you look on it all the way across the board, the lawsuits don't add up to that, and that's why the insurance requirement has never been pushed up as far as they want it to be right now, because there isn't a need for it. So, but
well, what was the
anyway,
number? I think
move on from that.
I think it was when we're talking about raising, because they're pushing that again, raising the minimum insurance requirement. But if memory serves, it's like less than 1% of accidents that occur are not covered by the current minimum insurance by the companies. But I guess if you're the company, especially if you're a small company, and you get hit with one of those, what they call the nuclear verdicts, these unbelievable settlements, you're pretty much you're done. I mean, your insurance only covers so much, but they're putting you out of business.
Pretty much, yeah, and that's what happens with that. And I know there's some that are in the high metropolitan areas, and of course some of them don't run the best equipment, and they're the ones that kind of get caught. But they're the ones that were also going from, taking their company and being shut down and opening it up the same equipment with another DOT number, and just, leapfrogging from one number to the next, to the next, to the next, and trying to stay one step ahead of the DOT and operate that way. But I don't know. As I say, it's all a game one way or another, and I guess you just take your chances and hope that you don't get involved in something like that. So I guess it's the best thing, and watch everybody else. And as I say, not only do I have to drive my vehicle, I got to drive everybody else's vehicles. So, hey, speaking of driving vehicles, you were talking about the snow, and somebody said something about driving a snowmobile out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I was thinking. You should take the right vehicle for whatever it is. If you have 2 foot of snow on the road, you should drive a snowmobile. If you have 2 foot of water on the road, well, don't drive your truck or your car in the water. Get a boat. Drive a boat. So, but anyways,
we might need some boats in parts of the Midwest over the weekend, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and talking about the Wizard of Oz there, I don't know. Do you think Dorothy's going to have to wear a pantsuit instead of a dress? She'll have to wear a pantsuit now.
Yeah, that's what I know. I know they're gonna have all these different. What kind of twists and turns will they make? How perverted do you think they'll make the new rendition of the Wizard of Oz? I guarantee it's going to be a farce.
Yeah, the scarecrow, and the Tin Man, and can really anybody be a lion? I don't know if anybody could be a cowardly lion anymore. That just really sounds. That sounds like somebody's bullying. If the lion has to be cowardly, isn't somebody bullying the lion? I don't know. So anyways, you're looking for vice president. You're missing the obvious, Steve. You have to look to the obvious of who's going to be vice president. Don't you think Hillary Clinton will come back to the picture? Don't you think that she hasn't had anything?
I thought you'd say
going
that.
Against her.
I don't know. She has been laying low, but it's crossed my mind. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. They'd say, because she has all this experience. She was Secretary of State. She can handle dealing with the world leaders and all that. Of course, Kamala's doing that now anyway. But
yeah, but she also has all her pantsuits. I'm sure she hasn't retired all them. She might have them in mothballs, but she's got all her pantsuits to bring back out.
Yeah.
And anyway, hey, the one thing there about your hat, do you have the streetcar named Desire and the secret bunker on the hat? You said they're coming from the Hot Shot Studios, but you definitely need the streetcar named Desire for the secret bunker, right?
Exactly, yeah. Hey, on the back of the shirts, by the way, I showed you the front. It's got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. The back's got the big logo. Yeah, the live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay. That's a good deal, then. Well, I'll have to look forward to seeing that there, because I don't have the video up right now. So, but, hey, and one last thing. I was walking around the old truck there, because looking at possibly seeing what's going on with the Make-A-Wish convoy. I still don't know the whole deal on that. Kathy did say that she was either going to try to call in or have somebody else from the high up mucky mucks of the the truck convoy deal there for the Make-A-Wish, the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish Lancaster, Pennsylvania truck convoy. Give you a jingle here on the 844-844-3388 number here. Did I do that right?
That is correct. You are 100% correct.
That was all out of memory.
Very good.
You're driving it. You're driving it in. So she was going to try to call or have somebody else call, but I was walking around the old truck and I got around the front. I said, "Hey, I have a pair of Toyo tires on the front of my truck. Do you remember Toyo tires, Steve?"
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Well, at some point we'll be talking with them, trying to bring them back. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping you might there. I thought they were good people to have on the air with you. So maybe if they're listening or you guys can get a hold of them, I think they'd be a good match for you guys. So, but I still appreciate my Toyo tires, and they ride down the road pretty good there. So I've been happy with them so far. Not that I put a lot of miles on those tires at all, but I think I get a lifetime out of them by the time I'm done with them.
Yeah, because you don't drive. That's the truck that's parked most of the time, right?
Yeah, that's my play truck, and it gets somewhere around 1,000 miles a year, 1,500 miles a year if it's lucky, and non-coronavirus. I think last year if I got 200 miles on it, it was a lot.
So those tires will dry.
A tank of fuel last year.
Those tires will die of dry rot before they ever wear out a tread, won't they?
You're guaranteed right there. So I know they'll be out of DOT requirement age by the time I'm done with them.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. And hey, happy Friday. And I guess if come up with something else, maybe we'll give you a call in that longest hour. But other than that, have yourself a fine weekend, and we'll chat at you next week there. And hopefully the Pluto duo did all right tonight.
Done all right tonight. Done all right. Yes. Yeah, but at least you figured out where you gotta put that little mouthpiece in the right place. 2 inches made all the difference in the world. That didn't sound right. All right, Deranger said. Speaking of, and I've got the rest of the story from it was from our friends at Landline. We did share that in the final hour of the show there on Thursday morning. He said, "Steve, until I got out of trucking, I had 2 cars in my name, no property, no accounts with any significant amount of cash. And that's, drivers are going to kind of, I guess, have to protect themselves in that way. It looks like all drivers are going to have to create an LLC. Now, that's a topic that's come up a number of times when we've spoke with Dean Michael, the tax doctor, over the years. And yes, that's always been good advice, to create an LLC. I know a number of our listening drivers have done that. Again, it's you're protecting yourself by doing that. But again, if you missed it, multiple bills in the Texas legislature intended to address injury liability status in the state for truck operations. Now, this particular bill was held in a hearing on Tuesday on the commercial liability bill. Representative Jeff Leach of Plano, Texas, is behind the bill, which he says is intended to ensure a level playing field for plaintiffs and defendants. The goal is to restore fairness, he said. Now, he acknowledged at the onset of the hearing the bill is going to need some changes. There are some flaws. It'll need revisions before it comes up for a committee vote. We will make very clear that a plaintiff can pursue a direct action against a defendant for negligent maintenance of a vehicle. But the bill in Texas, again, Texas specific, HB 19, would also require a court to dismiss a lawsuit against a truck operator if the injury or death of another person was caused while the operator was carrying out their duties within the scope of employment. There's 2 bills that address similar provisions related to the civil actions. Critics say this is going to result in vehicle and insurance rate increases for Texas residents. Attorney Thomas Henry said the state already leads the nation in truck wreck injuries and deaths. The Austin, Texas-based injury attorney added in his prepared remarks that nothing in these bills does anything to reduce commercial vehicle accidents. Truckers in the state, depends on who you ask, say the legislation would protect the industry from abusive commercial vehicle lawsuits. According to the president of the Texas Trucking Association, he says truck operations in the state have witnessed an alarming increase in massive personal injury awards. These grossly inflated verdicts are driving up insurance costs at such a unsustainable rate. It's driving companies literally out of business. So, again, it depends on who you ask. Now, that's a different story than the breakdown we had last evening. I'll see if I could pull that one back up. But, yeah, this is the one that's really going to take the burden off the company, and really it's going to fall back. It's going to leave the truck driver pretty much solely responsible in some cases. All right, got wide open lines on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. More discussion about the big $1.9 trillion stimulus bill. We've been talking about it for weeks. Of course, the amount of pork that's in there. Is it 80%? Is it 90%? So it's somewhere in there, not even related to COVID or stimulating the economy. But some comments from Representative Michael Waltz of Florida this past day. At the tail end, what he had to say kind of sent a chill down my spine. Now, first of all, he said, I would challenge the Democrat representative, Pramila Jayapal, to come along with me into the Northeastern District, his district, and discuss this $1.9 trillion spending bill. After she claimed that this bill was overwhelmingly popular in their state. He says, quote, well, I welcome her to come with me back home to Northeast Florida. I'll happily explain to our constituents, our conservatives, how this is more spending than the United States had in all of World War II. How we've spent more dealing with COVID. It's larger than the GNP of all countries in the world, except the United States and Canada, China, rather. And we still have $1 trillion left unspent from the bill that we just spent in December. But look, the Democrats and the progressives are selling this with a 4-letter word. The word is free. But I think as people unpack what's actually in this, how much pork is in it, how 91% of it has nothing to do with coronavirus, but rather how this is the largest expansion of the welfare state. This is the biggest giveaway of our grandchildren's money since the 1960s under Lyndon Baines Johnson. And at the end of the day, this is the part where it gets kind of chilling to me. China continues to be the big winner here. They unleashed this virus on the world. They covered it up. And their military planners plan on the United States going bankrupt before they make their moves militarily to become the dominant world power. And we're kind of playing right into their hand. We're just driving right off the fiscal cliff. That's the chilling part. Yeah, Chinese military planners plan on us going bankrupt, then they make their move. That's kind of scary. Of all the things we've already talked about that were in the bill, again, which President Biden has already signed, and they're making it sound like some people may begin to see their stimulus checks arriving in their bank accounts starting this weekend. Is that really? Yeah, it's going to take weeks altogether. They do them in tranches, as they call it. But some people may begin to see their $1,400. I've got more on that we'll get to later on. But this past day, they shared another little piece that was in the bill, which says, for over a century, black farmers faced discrimination from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and were largely excluded from federal loans and farm improvement initiatives. In an effort led by Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia, the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill includes a $5 billion provision that will forgive debts for Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, and other farmers of color to enable reforms that will assist farmers with building generational wealth, they call it. Last week, Warnock, Georgia's first black senator, praised the incorporation of the Emergency Relief for Farmers of Color Act in the COVID bill. Democrats sought to ensure equity in our recovery efforts and address long-standing injustices that have left some communities behind for way too long. He says this will will not only help farmers of color, but will also lift the economies of our rural communities working to recover from the economic downturn. So, due to systemic racism from both private lenders and government officials, many black farmers did not have deed structures that allowed for properties to be passed down in whole, which created what he called fractional ownership setups. Senator Debbie Stabenow of Michigan, chairwoman of the Agriculture Committee, strongly backed the effort. She applauded Warnock for coming in and working to embrace this and get it over the line. All right, they go back in 1910. 14% of farmers in the United States were black, compared to 2% today. When you look at one of the very first ways that there was racial discrimination after slavery was legally abolished, it was a lack of support for black farmers, she says. They were discriminated against in terms of land ownership. Just another piece of the puzzle that comes together, but with that, we close out hour number one. We got a long way to go, though. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden signed his massive $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill a day earlier. The ceremony happening after Biden originally planned to sign it on Friday. The relief bill getting no support from Republicans in the House or Senate. Republican Senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy, telling Fox News,
"We tried with President Biden. He said, look, I'll meet you halfway. We said, okay. Well, and then he just ignored us. I mean, if he was meeting us halfway, he's a damn poor judge of distance."
A federal judge struck down a nationwide eviction moratorium issued by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, ruling the 2020 ban was beyond its authority. The CDC argued the eviction ban was needed to curb the spread of the coronavirus. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about Medishare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. Medishare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. Medishare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is Very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is marking the one-year anniversary of the first coronavirus shutdowns.
Over 500,000 Americans who have died. Around 30 million have become infected.
During a Capitol briefing, the California Democrat calling it heartbreaking. Pelosi also cheering the passage of the massive stimulus bill, which was signed by President Biden today. The White House is continuing to defend the Biden administration's immigration policies. Press Secretary Jen Psaki telling reporters it will take time to fix the mess, her words, left behind by the Trump administration. Texas Republican Congressman Troy Neal says the influx of illegal immigrants crossing over into Texas is hurting his state.
The stories that I could share with you today, but we don't have the time, the horrific stories, the number of victims in Fort Bend County that have been victimized by illegals would make a billy goat puke.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The administration is continuing to secure more doses of the coronavirus vaccine.
The White House announced Wednesday that the federal government was ordering another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine in a move to help meet the goal of having enough vaccines for anyone who wants one by the end of May. Dr. Scott Gottlieb believes that will help get 100 million Americans vaccinated by early April. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CNBC that the hard part going forward will be drumming up demand after supply increases.
Yeah, I think that the supply is increasing quickly, and I think the bigger issue is going to be demand pretty soon. We're going to have more supply than demand. After we work off the really intense demand that we're seeing right now, particularly from older Americans, I think we're going to see demand start to drop off. We'll get 100 million Americans vaccinated probably by early April. We'll probably get to 125, maybe 150 million Americans vaccinated. But beyond that, it's going to be difficult, and I think we will need to stimulate demand.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories of the day, Florida Republican Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart says the nearly $2 trillion stimulus package signed by President Biden isn't focused enough.
You know, we've had, almost half a dozen COVID bills that were bipartisan. They could have done another COVID bill that was bipartisan, but they didn't want to do a COVID bill. They wanted to do a graft and corruption and payoff bill.
Congressman Diaz-Balart also saying the bill isn't good for Floridians. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we jump right back in for hour number 2 here on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. And thanks so much for joining us here. Thanks for helping to spread the word. Trying to grow the show, as we say. All right, aside from our big storm that's going to be burying places like Denver, potentially bringing severe weather into the south central and southeastern states as we head into and through the weekend. A stormy March is actually helping combat the ongoing drought in California after an abnormally dry month of February. After one soaking storm helped remove a chunk out of the water deficit this week, you've got another on the way, they tell us. The first of two storms that began across the West Coast at midweek. That's the one that's going to turn into the major snowstorm across portions of Colorado, Nebraska, and South Dakota. By the end of the weekend, a second storm will be poised to impact the Pacific West Coast. Wet weather likely to move in and dampen outdoor plans in the afternoon Sunday across coastal Oregon and northwestern California. By Monday morning, rain and snow could extend as far inland as western Nevada. The direct impacts from this second storm depends on how strong it is when it reaches the Pacific coast. Even a less potent storm will bring periods of heavy rain from Eugene and Medford, Oregon, to the Eureka area of northwestern California. Snow most likely in the higher elevation of the Oregon Cascades, as well as across the Sierra Nevada mountains there in California. A stronger storm then could be capable of pulling in more cold Canadian air southward, which would bring more snow to some of the foothills. If there's enough cold coming in with the storm, there may be a more widespread snow at some of the lower elevations. Higher snowfall totals for the mountains. Now, the exact timing of the storm is also going to play a role in how much cold air gets pulled down across Oregon, California, and Nevada. Obviously, a storm coming in at night would have more cold air to work with, higher snowfall potential. If most of the precip falls during the day, it's more likely the snow is going to be mixed in with rainfall. A warmer storm following the first snowy storm currently impacting the Golden State may also pose an increased flooding risk or avalanche risk. Unlike the first storm, rainfall likely to be less steady across southern parts of the San Joaquin Valley down to the LA Basin. Maybe just a quick bout of rain Monday or Monday evening for those areas. But any amount of rain could cause some travel delays. Should the storm hold together as it moves eastward through the middle of next week, we may be talking about another round of snow and rain spreading across the Rockies and into the plains. So kind of a busy weather pattern. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. And I believe Mike's on the line checking in about something in Omaha. Is that correct?
Yes, Steve. I wondered if there's some driver listening that maybe crossed paths with a truck driver that was involved in a deal about 5:30 Thursday morning here in Omaha. I'll explain it. Some lady was going down the street, going to work, and some guy was following her. Happened to be a 24-year-old guy, and he bumped her, and she got nervous and jumped out and ran to a station to call the police. But anyway, this 24-year-old guy ends up with his clothes off, and it showed the truck. I couldn't figure out whose truck it was, but it's a road truck. But he's jumping on this truck, the news reported. And I just wonder if any driver out there listening tonight might accidentally know who that driver was. Be a different kind of thing to have somebody naked jumping on your truck, So
I'd be a bit different. Sound like he must have been on something. That's
yeah. Then it said the police got there, and this naked guy somehow gets in a police car, and they chased him across Omaha at 70 miles an hour, and they finally shot the tires out of the police car, and then they had to use pepper spray to get him out of the police car. And
wow.
Of course, hauled him to the hospital for mental evaluation,
Exactly.
Yeah. One other quick thing, if I could. Of course, I've told you I get transport topics, but I got mine the other day. And little cartoon in there. It says they're celebrating International Women's Day, which is no problem, but it's got a woman standing on the sidewalk by the mailbox, says Vice President Harris, big mansion up on the hill, and two trucks going down the road honking at her. And, of course, one's a lady driving, but the other one is a guy driving, and nothing against Eagle, but it's a dark-skinned guy driving that. I just wondered if Eagle was going down the road blowing his horn, honking for president.
For Kamala Harris, yeah, right. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I very well know what his thoughts are about Biden and Harris, but I just kind of had to throw that in there. So I sure hope Eagle don't take me wrong.
I don't think he will. Eagle's holding on, as a matter of fact. We'll talk to him in just a few moments. So.
Hopefully he got a laugh out of it. So I'll leave you alone. Enjoy the show. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And I've got your story here out of Omaha. We'll break that down. And yeah, all I know is if Eagle saw Kamala Harris on the side of the road and he was driving by, he might honk his horn, but it wouldn't be to support her. He'd be honking at her. That's right. Let me see here. Omaha police taking a man into custody after investigators say he crashed into a vehicle, damaged several other vehicles, and then stole an Omaha police cruiser, leading to a pursuit. It all started about 6 a.m. this past morning. A woman called police, said she believed someone had been chasing her in a black SUV. Told police the driver crashed into her vehicle. She, again, like she said, ran to a nearby gas station to get away. The SUV left the scene, made its way to wherever. The suspect exiting the black SUV took off his clothes, started jumping on cars, including a semi-truck, and started ripping parts of the vehicle off. Officers tried to intervene, but the man evaded them, jumped in one of the cruisers, resulting in a pursuit reaching speeds of 70 miles per hour, where police say they were able to deflate the front tires of the police cruiser, the man refusing to get out, so they deployed pepper balls and indeed took him into custody. So that's pretty much the story, exactly as you put it. Obviously, as I said, police believe the man was under the influence of drugs. He has been identified as 24-year-old Victor Inigo. No officers were injured, but yeah, how does he end up being able to get into the police cruiser, and off he goes? So he was all jacked up on something. I did not tune in, as I mentioned, to Joe Biden's. What was it? A speech? Was it? I'm assuming it was just obviously had to be like prepared teleprompter comments. I guess he was slated to speak about the COVID bill and several other things. And apparently, according to those who did tune in, Joe's trying to take credit for everything in regards to the vaccination process, giving zero credit to Donald Trump and the previous administration, when they know damn good and well it was all unfolding before. Joe Biden had his vaccination before he even became president. I mean, the vaccines were rolling out before Joe took the oath of office. We know that. Dick Morris says Joe Biden gets a D or maybe even an F for his first national address, hailing something former President Trump did for him. Don't give me that this is all a result of you, he says. This is the rooster taking credit for the dawn, right? The rooster taking credit for the sun coming up. Yeah, the quip was ostensibly saying Biden's boastful statements about his pandemic response in regards to vaccines are largely because the Trump administration had Operation Warp Speed that made this all possible, leading America to a new dawn in the fight against the pandemic. Morris said there was one line that he made that maybe wanted to choke the television set. It was when he said, for months, they didn't develop the vaccine and distribute it. They had it for months, and millions of Americans were not vaccinated. They had it for 3 damn weeks, my friend. Morris noted once the Food and Drug Administration approved the emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine, the shots will be shipped and going to Americans' arms. That was about 3 weeks before Biden was even inaugurated. They had it for 3 weeks while Trump was president, and on the day that Trump left office, January 21, when he handed it over, 1.5 million Americans were vaccinated on that day. That had nothing to do with Joe. He also ripped Biden as pharmacist-in-chief for suggesting vaccinating people was the biggest challenge as opposed to researching, developing, testing, and vetting it for efficacy and safety, which all happened under Donald Trump. Get off it, guy. The fact that Biden officially signed the $1.9 trillion spending package just hours earlier, but it was a non-event in Biden's 23-minute speech, kind of struck Morris is rather noteworthy. It should have been a focal point on telling the American people how his bloated package was going to help. Okay, yeah. Well, it's because they don't want to talk about the bloated package. They just want to, all they want is the headline saying, hey, the check's in the mail. Watch your mailbag. Or watch your bank account. Because that's exactly what the White House stated this past day. Direct deposits from the $1.9 trillion package this past day will come as early as this weekend for some, according to Jen Psaki, press secretary. With the signing of the stimulus, Biden commemorated the 1-year anniversary of the lockdown with the measure designed to bring relief to Americans and boost the economy. That's the headline. People can expect to start seeing direct deposits hit their bank accounts as early as this weekend. Now, this, of course, is the first wave, she says. Payments to eligible Americans will continue through the course of the next several weeks. Nearly 160 million households are expected to get payments. They've expanded the child tax credit of up to $3,000 per child, or $3,600 per child under the age of 6. The Internal Revenue Service will pay part of that in monthly installments of either $250 or $300 from July through December, adding a benefits distributor role to the revenue collections responsibilities, so more responsibility for the IRS. They'll be making one-off payments to those who regularly file tax returns. They should not be a struggle. That should not be a struggle for the IRS, according to the tax experts. All right, so yeah, that's all they want you to hear. Hey, the check's in the mail. And for most Americans, sad but true, that's all they're hearing. Yeah, they have no idea. They hear nothing about the bloated bill. You're not hearing about the pork, the spending that has nothing to do with COVID, which most of it is. You're not hearing that from CNN or MSNBC or ABC, CBS. You're not hearing it from the mainstream. All you're hearing is the Biden administration got it done, checks in the mail, the economy's going to be stimulated, and we're going to get back to life as normal. All right, good morning, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, like I said, told you last week, Steve, this guy, Joe Biden, he's trying to, he's trying to create a welfare state. He's taking over where, Barack Obama left off at. Barack Obama, as far as I'm concerned, he went down in history as the welfare president. But look like Mr. Joe Biden, he might replace Trump as that. But the lousy $1,400 that they sent it out is a complete joke to people. They can keep their check because I don't need it, because I make enough money driving this truck. I make that kind of money or more every week. They can keep their $1,400. That's what I say to Joe Biden. You know something, Steve? They did a statistic. Do you realize how much money they are? That is nothing but crumbs. Do you know how much money the United States could give every individual in the United States? I think I don't want to get the exact number, but I forgot what it was. But I promise you that it's more than $1,400 that the United States government would be available to give every working class America. I'm talking about America. I'm talking about people that are here illegally, people in jail. And you gave a list of all the people that this knucklehead was going to be giving checks out to.
Right.
I think you said Dylan Roof down in South Carolina, sitting in a jail cell. He qualifies for this so-called stimulus payment. It's a complete embarrassment. Joe Biden is an embarrassment, and anybody who depends on that lousy $1,400 is an embarrassment, as far as I'm concerned. Because Steve, this guy here, he didn't say not one thing. I wasted my time listening tonight to his so-called speech, and he didn't say not one thing about the border situation, what's going on in Texas, what's going on with the country being overrun by these individuals. He wants to talk about, he didn't mention Donald Trump's name not one time. Joe Biden, I got bad news for you, my friend. You're not responsible for the coronavirus vaccine being out. Somebody gave you some very bad information. Donald Trump is the man who brung this whole deal out, and they didn't want to give him the credit he deserved because they thought it might keep him in the White House for another 4 years. But I promise you, Joe Biden had absolutely nothing to do with the vaccines that are on the market right now, but he wants to take credit for it. But that doesn't surprise me. He's a Democrat. So they've taken credit for things they've done for years now. And like I said, he's already taking credit for being president, and anybody in their right mind know that he ain't the president. But if that's what you think, that's what you think. I'm talking to the people that's listening to your show that support this loser. But you know something? Here's what really upsets me the most, Steve, about this situation with Joe Biden is that this guy, he comes on TV and he'll probably do another State of the I think he's supposed to be on TV tomorrow night, I think, on Friday with a State of the Union or something nonsense that he's going to talk about. He said that he's been in the White House almost 60 days now, and all these achievements that he's accomplished, and he hasn't accomplished anything. This guy here is slowly but surely destroying the U.S. brick by brick. I don't even know how many. Maybe you can look it up during one of your breaks, Steve. How many people Joe Biden has put in the unemployment line in the 60 days he's been in the White House? That's since he wants to brag about what he's achieved. That's what he's achieved, putting people in the unemployment line. So I'd appreciate if you look that up. Maybe they got a number of the amount of people he's put in the unemployment line in the last 60 days. And by the time you leave the White House, no telling what that number might be of people unemployed. So I tell all the American people out there, keep on waiting for that so-called stimulus check that because you're going to be receiving a lot of those the next 4 years because you ain't going to have no job to go to as long as Joe Biden's in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Have a great weekend, Eagle. Thank you much for checking in. There you go. Yeah, all fired up. Next up here, let me see. It's 844-844-3388. Check in with old Double R this morning. Hey there, Double R. What's going on?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you there. Same to you there. I might end up losing you. I'm over here in New Mexico. I was laying down taking a nap before you came on the show tonight, and the phone rang, and it was one of our drivers, and he said, "Man, it's snowing like hell over here in Arizona." I said, "What?" He said, I'm over here on 40, and man, it's snowing. And I pulled up my I woke me up and I pulled up my AccuWeather, and I guess they're supposed to get like 1 to 3 inches up there on Flagstaff.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
something like that.
It's snowing in Flag right now. Yes, it is. Yep.
And anyhow, we came through Amarillo today and stopped there at the Petro, and I just wanted to throw this out there that the Petro in Amarillo does not have fuel. I don't know what the deal is there, but I don't know if they got trucks or no trucks bringing it in or what, but yeah, this this stimulus check, I tell you, Eagle hit it right on the head. I can't agree with him more. You know, when we were at home on that pandemic a year ago, and when Trump first came out with the stimulus money, we've got the first one, the 1,500. We didn't get the 600, and I really don't care if I get this one, to be honest with you. You know, because I got a feeling somewhere down the line we're going to end up paying taxes on all this crap. Didn't they say something that we're going to have to pay taxes on it?
I don't. Well,
like
yeah,
that?
hell, eventually we're going to pay for it all. You know, tenfold or whatever. You know, we're going to. The whole $1.9 trillion. I mean, we're going to be paying for that, and you know, well, I guess our grandkids and their kids are all going to be paying for it if we don't go bankrupt before then. I mean, with the numbers where they are now, and what do you think about that comment from the representative saying that China's the one that unleashes they're trying to drive us into bankruptcy so that they can then make their military move. That's scary,
right? Oh, yes, it is. And Joe Biden is China's first U.S. president. I mean, that's the bottom line. I can't put it more blunt. I mean, it seems like he is helping China, putting things in where they want it, so, where they can make their move. And I honestly believe that's going to happen. And this stuff of Biden taking credit for this coronavirus, that's just a Democrat thing, Steve. I mean, if we stop and think back in the days of Obama, when Saddam Hussein was out still on the loose, if I'm not mistaken, Bush sent the people in there to go get him, and then the election came along, and Obama took over, and so he took the credit. You remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's a Democratic thing, I mean, they're going to take the credit for all the good stuff, even though a Republican has done it. That's just natural. But anyhow, sorry I haven't been calling in. I've been listening, but I haven't been. I apologize. They got us on a screwy schedule. We're on our way over here to Arizona to load up a couple cars, and by the way, we're Reliable's going to be on board with Hot Shot Secret here before too long. So
good.
I wanted to let you know that. Yeah, they we're having a hiring stage going on, and the owner called me, and he says, what do you listen? He goes, let me ask you a quick question. I said, yeah, go ahead. He says, what do you listen to when you're going down the road? I said, well, when I'm driving, I listen to Steve Sommers. I said, he's a good friend of mine, and he's on he got a trucker radio station. He says, okay. He goes, what about this Red Eye radio? And I told him, I said, they're crap. He said, what? I said, they're crap. You don't want nothing to do with them. And he said, well, who do you think we ought to broadcast with? I said, well, here, take this number, call Kyle, talk to him. Steve's a good family man. He's a down-to-earth person. Whatever you want to talk about, he'll talk to you about it. You know, even if he ain't got you an answer, he'll get you an answer, you know.
Sure.
That's just Steve. And he said, well, that's cool. And he said, would they advertise our company, you know, as far as hiring drivers? I said, they'll advertise whatever you want them to say. You know, that's just it. And anyhow, I guess they got a hold of Kyle, and they're going to be jumping on board, so that'll be a good thing. So,
yeah, we'll look forward to that.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that. So, anyhow, I want to say hi to everybody, Demon and all them out there. Like I said, I'm headed down here to Phoenix, Steve. I'll get off here and let somebody else get on, and I'll be listening. So,
all right. Well,
if I think there's anything else to jaw about, I'll give you a holler.
Be safe out there. Thank you so much. All right, a little behind here, but news break, bottom of the hour, rolling into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden speaking at the White House, marking 1 year since the COVID-19 pandemic began. He said denials for months led to more stress, deaths, and also loneliness. He did say, though, he was optimistic because he was going to get more vaccine out to the public.
We know what we need to do to beat this virus. Tell the truth. Follow the scientists and the science. Work together. Put trust and faith in our government to fulfill its most important function, which is protecting the American people. No function more important.
He said one of his main goals was to get kids back to in-person schools in his first 100 days in office. And he said if everyone gets vaccinated and follows the CDC guidelines, we can get closer to normal by July 4th. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation Radio Show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values, and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930. And use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg. And get your first year on me.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get more on our industry headlines coming up here momentarily. I guess, what do you see? First of which, they tell us swamp country's like no place on the planet. I've never been down to swamp country. That's where OOIDA's tour trailer, The Spirit of the American Trucker, is going to be starting today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hammond, Louisiana. I guess that's swamp country. Let me see here. The truck stop, Highway 51 exit off I-12. It's exit 40. There are 200 truck parking spots, tractor-trailer spots, at the Hammond Petro there. Iron Skillet Dining Room is open for business. Hammond, just east of Baton Rouge. Interstate 12 and 55 intersect there in Hammond. South of I-12, I-55 crosses between Lake Marapus and Lake Pontchartrain. And, of course, access to the world's longest continuous bridge over water, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, made up of 2 bridges side by side. The longer one is 23.8 miles long. Now, traveling through the area brings to mind a show on the History Channel entitled Swamp People. Ever tuned into Swamp People? According to John, Swamp People's been on the air for like 12 years, documenting the life of alligator hunters in the swamps and those who hunt alligators for a living. One of those hunters is from Hammond. What are the drivers talking about these days? He said there's a couple of topics on the mind of drivers when he was over in Shreveport, the last stop. Yeah, the big chuckle is the state of Oregon. They're asking, is this lady for real? We talked about it earlier this week. The lady in question is Representative Karen Power. The reason for asking if she's for real is her proposed ban on selling petroleum-based diesel. If the bill were to pass, by January 1st of 2028, dealers would be prohibited from selling petroleum-based diesel in the state. But biodiesel would still be allowed. All the chuckling aside, he said the top concern among drivers has been the PRO Act, which we've been talking about this week, that just passed in the House, that would implement California's ABC test for classifying workers. Drivers fear the PRO Act would jeopardize the whole leased owner-operator model. Of course, the White has been working to inform the lawmakers about that. In a letter to lawmakers, Todd Spencer says if Congress really wants to improve working conditions and compensation for truckers, you need to repeal the overtime exemption for truck drivers. That'd be a better place to start. I guess the bright light at the end of the tunnel for the PRO Act is the fact that, speaking to Monty and the reports from Landline and whatnot, they discussed that on Live from Exit 24 there on Wednesday. They do not believe the votes are going to be there in the Senate. This is one of those deals where you have to have the 60 votes versus just the simple majority, which the Democrats would hold in the Senate. Now, back to the calls here, and who's next up on the line talking about, I guess, the black farmers in the COVID relief package? Who we got on the line here?
Yeah, this is Vic, Steve.
Hey, Vic, what's happening?
Not a lot of everything. Not a lot of anything. You're talking about that truck stop down there at Baton Rouge. I used to make a lot of deliveries down there. And anyway, I was kind of sitting here reminiscing. But anyway, back to today, what's going on with this COVID relief bill. They have so many bills up front of Congress, I might have some of this mixed up, but I was thinking that they said that all the money that they were sending for the COVID relief and immigration and all that to south of the border, they weren't sending that to the actual governments of those countries. They were sending it to organizations within those countries that were basically political organizations. They didn't say that, but that's what they are. And international organizations. I imagine some of that money will find its way back into our political system. And that's really the big problem with this COVID relief bill. And you mentioned China. China made a study and has been making a study for some time how we economically took down the Soviet Union. They're trying to return the favor to us. It's well known throughout the intelligence agencies. Trump was well on the way of countering that. And that's when some people in this country, I know for a fact in the agricultural industry, and as a matter of fact, the Secretary of Agriculture we have now, he was paid as part of the American Soybean Association to represent us. But whenever the Chinese decided they would embargo soybeans, instead of him helping to find more markets for soybeans, Vilsack instead kind of threw in with the Chinese. Now that he's Secretary of Agriculture, it will be interesting to see how the Chinese will repay him. I imagine with a stab in the back, because they're trying to force prices down. And I realize that's an abbreviated version if you don't follow that very well.
Sure.
But the simple fact of the matter is, farmers, if you're looking for higher prices because you put Vilsack in office, don't. You're probably seeing the best prices you're ever going to see under Vilsack right now. And that's what leads me to the black farmers. Number one, there was a lawsuit led by Jesse Jackson. Actually, it was back during the Bush 43 administration, in which there was a large settlement in which they paid a lot of the black farmers a lot of money because of supposed discrimination. And when I say supposed discrimination, here's the point. If you understand Southern agriculture, everyone's heard the term sharecropper.
Yes.
If you were a sharecropper, I don't care if you were black, white, green, or a one-eyed flying purple people eater. The guy that owned the big farm usually owned the general store. And you had to buy all your stuff through that general store. You had to commit well in advance. And he was basically ruled like the old serfdom people, the barons, years ago, centuries ago. And it made no difference what color you were. And when they mentioned about the splitting up of property, anyone that came out of Appalachia when coal played out and went to the auto factories and everything else, they're familiar with the term lost land. And what that means is when the old folks stayed home and then they died off, nobody really paid any attention, didn't pay taxes on the land, one thing and another. And it got split up into so many different pieces that, frankly, they couldn't keep track of. The government couldn't keep track of that. So it became lost land. And then the coal companies and other people would go in and file a quit claim deed, and they would get that property. Kentucky outlawed that, I think, about 20 or 30 years ago. But by the time they outlawed it, it was all over and done. That's recent history as regards land. But if you want to go back after the Civil War and the Freedmen's Bureau, which was ran which was ran by none other than Frederick Douglass, and he ran the Reconstruction Bank that loaned money to farmers to buy land, black farmers to buy land where the plantations were split up, and there was a lot of corruption that went on there, and that bank finally failed. They had their opportunity to buy split up plantation land when the South was ruled under Reconstruction. But what they're really after here, Steve, is there's another bill in which they want to give free land to black farmers. Now, where this free land will come from, I have no idea. But it's going to have to come from someone, and somebody's going to have to give it up. But they can't come out and say that right now. But that is where they're headed. And China will no doubt be able to finance a lot of that. And when we come back to this COVID relief bill, the reason that COVID relief bill is kind of a joke is because it is not really attacking the problem. And if China really wanted to attack the problem, just think about this. They knew about this probably as much as a year before it hit this country.
Yep.
Now, in the same year that after that hit this country, we developed a vaccine. What in the hell was the Chinese and the World Health Organization doing in that year that they knew about it and didn't tell anybody? Were they trying to develop a vaccine, find the cause? What exactly were they doing? They were planning on how to spread it. They weren't planning on how to stop it. It's just that simple. And Biden can't come out and say that. And the only thing he can think of is, how can we warp this to where we can spend money on what we want to? Because when you come to infrastructure, years ago we discussed the water problem here in the United States. And when you go to the store and buy your bottle of water, most people don't realize it, but it takes almost 5 gallons of water, tap water, well water, whatever you want, for you to get that 1 gallon of bottled water, because it is so polluted and has to be treated. When you pick up your distilled water, when it's distilled, the volatile organic compounds stays in that water, and they do not get rid of it when they distill it. There is a process that they can do that, but they don't do it because it takes roughly 5 gallons of water to get you good, pure distilled water. So when that water recondenses, those volatile organic compounds go right back in the water. Now, you have to have good water to have good sanitation, because water transmits diseases. But is any of this COVID relief bill going to improve the water treatment plants in this country? I seriously doubt it. So, kind of ran through a lot of subjects there, Steve, but by and large, the bottom line is this COVID relief bill has nothing to do with helping stop the spread of COVID virus. And out in California, did you see where they're backed up at the LA port with several ships that can't even get in to deliver the supplies coming from China? So, if the economy shut down, basically, how can you stimulate an economy that's shut down regardless of how much money you send to people? So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Good to hear from you. As always, Vic, don't be a stranger. And you always think, literally like the walking encyclopedia of American history. I don't know how he remembers all that stuff, but yeah, if you got any questions, he's the guy that knows the history inside and out. All right, he was talking about, he just mentioned, the ships that can't get in. Let me see here. Just this past day, off the coast of L.A., more than 24 containers shipped, filled with exercise bikes, electronics, other highly sought imports, have been just idling for as long as 2 weeks now. In Kansas City, farmers are struggling to ship soybeans to buyers in Asia. In China, furniture destined for North America piles up on the factory floors. All around the planet, The pandemic has disrupted trade to an extraordinary degree, driving up the cost of shipping goods and adding yet another challenge to the economic recovery globally. The virus has thrown off the choreography of moving cargo from one continent to another. At the center of the storm is the shipping container, the workhorse of globalization, they say. And Americans stuck in their homes set off a surge of orders from factories in China, no less. Much of it carried across the Pacific in containers, those boxes that move the goods in towering stacks on those enormous ships. As households in the U.S. have filled bedrooms with office furniture and basements with treadmills, the demand for shipping has outstripped the availability of containers. So we're talking shortages just as the boxes pile up at U.S. ports. Containers that carried millions of masks. Countries in Africa and South America early in the pandemic are stuck there, empty and uncollected, because the carriers have concentrated their vessels on their most popular routes, linking North America and Europe to Asia. At the ports where the ships call, bearing goods to unload, they're stuck frequently for days in floating traffic jams. The pandemic, the restrictions limiting the availability of dock workers and truck drivers, causing delays in handling cargo from Southern California to Singapore. Every container that cannot be unloaded in one place is a container that cannot be loaded somewhere else. The head of the Global Ocean Network tells the Associated Press, "I've never seen anything like this before." Moller-Maersk, the world's largest shipping company, said all the links in the supply chain are stretched. The ships, the trucks, the warehouses, economies around the planet are absorbing the ripple effects of these disruptions at sea. Higher cost for transporting American grain and soybeans across the Pacific, threatening an increase of food prices in Asia. Empty containers piled up at ports in Australia and New Zealand. Containers scarce in India's port, forcing the makers of electronic parts to truck their wares more than 1,000 miles to the other port in Mumbai, where they've got a bit of a better supply. Rice exporters in Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia are foregoing some shipments to North America because it's impossible to secure a container. No one knows how long this is going to last, but some experts assume containers are going to be scarce probably through the end of this year, as the factories that make them, nearly all of which are in China, scramble to catch up with the demand. Since they first deployed in 1956, containers have revolutionized trade, allowing goods to be packed into standard-sized receptacles, hoisted by crane onto rail cars and trucks, effectively shrinking the globe. Of course, everybody wants everything, and the infrastructure cannot keep up. They kind of go into how this all started, how the havoc began. It wasn't something that just started with the coronavirus, but the traffic backs up at the California ports, the twin ports of L.A. and Long Beach. Unloading has been slowed by a lack of dock workers, a lack of truck drivers. As with the virus during the pandemic, many of them were forced into quarantine. The backlog in volume is going to remain at least until mid-summer, according to the director of the Los Angeles port. The ships off Los Angeles have exhausted the available anchorage spots, resorting to what they call drift boxes zones, where they just float around, kind of like airplanes hovering over a congested airport. And, of course, some of our major consumer brands, from the likes of the sportswear maker Under Armour to Hasbro, the toy makers, all dealing with shipping bottlenecks. Now, I'm guessing some of this may be playing a role in, it's probably a couple of months have passed now, but I think it was our washing machine, our clothes washer, had gone out. And here I am going up to the likes of, I went to Home Depot, and it was like, okay, let's check out the availability of this model. Found the one that I wanted. Okay, not in stock. Nope. We'll have it in like 8 weeks. 8 weeks? I said, okay, let's. All right, how about this model? Okay, we'll have it in stock here and whatever. They've got them at the warehouse or whatever. Well, but we can't get it to you. It was like 6 or 8. I'm pulling my hair. I said, we can't go 6 or 8 weeks, without washing the clothes. I know the laundromats exist, but everything was still, you weren't wanting to go out. Now, my mother's refrigerator went out several weeks ago, and everywhere she's been going, it's like, right now they're telling her the refrigerator she ordered won't be delivered till June. It's like 3 months. If I'm understanding correctly, washers, dryers, dishwashers, all those, refrigerator, all these essentials are really, the supply chain is just totally stretched. You can't get some things for months at a time. Maybe that's because of the whole shipping disruption that took place. I'm not exactly sure, but. All right, about a minute before we hit top of the hour, we'll get a news update, come back with more of your calls. You want to jump on board here on a Friday, it's 844-3388. The debate, here it comes again, like everything else. We spoke to Monty last evening. How many times have we had this discussion about speed limiters on trucks, the side guard protections? Here's the under 21 truck drivers. This week, several senators introducing the legislation that would allow CDL holders under the age of 21 to operate in interstate commerce. Once again, this is part of the Drive Safe Act, as it's called. Introduced on March the 10th. They say this is intended to address the, quote, driver shortage in this country. We've had this debate many times before, but we'll dig a bit more into that maybe coming up next hour. Right now, though, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden speaking at the White House, marking 1 year since the COVID-19 pandemic began. He said denials for months led to more stress, deaths, and also loneliness. He did say, though, he was optimistic because he was going to get more vaccine out to the public.
We know what we need to do to beat this virus. Tell the truth. Follow the scientists and the science. Work together. Put trust and faith in our government to fulfill its most important function, which is protecting the American people. No function more important.
He said one of his main goals was to get kids back to in-person schools in his first 100 days in office. And he said if everyone gets vaccinated and follows the CDC guidelines, we can get closer to normal by July 4th. This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special from Mike Lindell. A standard or queen-size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King-size pillows, only $5 more. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The New York State Assembly authorized an impeachment investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct against Governor Andrew Cuomo amid growing calls for the Democrat to resign from office. The announcement came after the New York governor's office said it referred allegations of sexual misconduct by Cuomo to the Albany Police Department. The Albany Times-Union reported fresh allegations of sexual misconduct, saying an aide to the governor said he groped her at the executive mansion in 2020, reaching under her blouse and touching her. This is the sixth woman to come forward to accuse him of misconduct, offering the most serious allegations yet. Cuomo denied the allegations, saying he's never done anything like that. New York Attorney General Letitia James appointed 2 attorneys to lead the investigation into allegations from several women. They'll be tasking with issuing subpoenas, examining documents, conducting interviews, and analyzing data regarding the allegations. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Today is not only the anniversary of the pandemic, it's also the 10-year anniversary of the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
A moment of silence, prayers, and anti-nuclear protests. Japan mourned 20,000 victims of the massive 9.0 earthquake and tsunami that struck Japan 10 years ago, destroying towns and triggering nuclear meltdowns in Fukushima. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Despite the CDC and the president's warning, one governor is still lifting restrictions on COVID-19. With more, here's USA's Tim Berg.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt says he's lifting all COVID-19 restrictions in the state.
There will be no statewide restrictions on events or Oklahomans. I'm also removing the requirements to wear a mask in state buildings.
The Republican governor making the announcement on Thursday, saying, though, people are encouraged to wear a mask depending on their circumstances. He also reminds everyone,
COVID is still here, still in Oklahoma, it's still in the United States, and we still need to do our part. You can still, and you're even encouraged to wear a mask depending on your circumstances.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Settle back in for another round on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. And tell you what, let's jump right back to the calls. At 844-3388. What's going on with Rhonda this morning? Hey there, Rhonda.
Boy, you about caught me with a mouthful of iced tea. I thought, you go ahead and take a drink, girlfriend, because he's going to pick you up while you got a mouthful.
Gotcha.
It's soggy in your neighborhood.
Yes, it is.
I'm up here south of Dayton right now. I slept down there at Florence at the brisket. And I was listening to Eagle and I hate to tell you this, people, but they automatically deposit that $1,400 in my account. I'm going to spend it on something. And then I'm sitting here thinking, you know what? We are going to end up paying for this in the long run. Sooner or later, these stimulus packages are going to come back to haunt us. No, Eagle, I don't need the money. But they put it in my account. I'll spend it because I know I'm going to pay for it later. We're all going to pay for it later.
Probably very dearly.
One way or another.
Yep.
Probably.
Yep.
A lot. We're going to pay a lot. They pay back a lot more than what they gave us. Okay. We're going to pay back a lot more than what was stimulated our way. But, and then there was the bottled water thing. That's the one that Vic brought up. And it's like, I remember years ago when they first started selling bottled water, it was a big joke because some guy was running it out of his tap.
Yep.
Over in Connecticut or somewhere like that. And I try to bring my own water. I keep my big jugs and then bring my water from home since I pay for it anyways. So, and make my own iced tea. I try to. Sometimes I can't make enough. But, but I just wanted to, when I'm listening on the phone, there's so many thoughts going through my head as these guys are talking and you're talking. And it's like, when it gets to be my turn, I have lost where I started at. So it's like, you guys make me constipate. Yes, I said constipate. I never learned how to concentrate in school. Make me think about other things. So, and it was weird how the common sense part came up about the containers being stuck on the ship. They don't unload them. We can't reload them. That's just something that I just don't think about. So, but anybody coming up 75, as long as it stays this way, that construction down there at the bridge is moving right along.
Is it? Okay.
Last night it was back, or night before. Yeah, last night. Last night. No, night before last. It was backed up pretty bad going north. But tonight it's just sliding right through there smooth. So I know a lot of the guys that used to run automotive, we all listen to you at night. So might help them out a little bit. Southbound, they got at the 32 on 75, or south of the 32 right there, they got about 3 wreckers, big wreckers, and then they're hooking up to a big truck, and they've got state patrol monitoring the right shoulder is closed. I don't know if it's just a breakdown or there was an accident or what, but they need to get the left lanes around the 32. So Rhonda was mesmerized by all the flashing lights on the other side of the interstate.
Ah, gotcha.
I can mesmerize it. I can mesmerize as long as they're on that side. So, but yeah, I'm so glad you're back. Some nights I sleep, some nights the phone rings, and some nights I get to bug you. But I am sure glad you're back.
Ah, thank you so much, Rhonda. I'm glad to be here.
I am just tickled to death. Can't remember if I can say it. No, I can say ass. I can't say the other one. Okay, anyways, so tickled to death. Tickled to death. We'll leave it that way. Everybody knows what words I'm thinking of. So, but if I run into anything up here on 75, I'll let you know.
Fair enough.
But it was just the water thing and stimulus thing and glad you're back thing. So we'll see what else comes about.
Very good. All right. Well,
have a good night.
We got a load for you to pick up out in Denver. All right, head that way, will you?
No, I'm going to Southfield, Michigan. Oh, I did see something on Facebook. I don't know if you've seen it or not. I know you don't flip around all these Facebook pages, but it was kind of cool. Yesterday morning, I was flipping through Facebook, and on one of my Highway Through Hell record pages, there was a flat deck, picked up the front of a car with the back end of the flat deck, and a doe stood up and crawled out from underneath there. And she was scuffed up on the sides, but when he clapped his hands, she took off. She didn't have any broken legs, no broken bones. Except for being a little scuffed up, she got up and took off. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I called that, record company at 8:05 yesterday morning, and he kind of thought I was cracked, but I told him, I said, I just wanted to give you guys an attaboy and let you know that I do try to move over and slow down what traffic is around me when you guys are out here, the record companies and stuff like that. So people, they get those guys, if you're ever on any of them record things, them guys are getting killed. I don't know how many times a week. I mean, people just don't move. It's just sad. Nobody has any safety consciousness or anything like that for anybody else out here. And the lights don't mean anything. Us old schoolers, we know, but these new people, I don't understand it. It's like they have families too. They just want to go home.
Absolutely.
So, ain't gonna take a minute out of your day to slow down a hair, and get around them safe and let them go home too.
That's the name of the game. Yeah. Well, you know what? That's why this guy created something called the Slow Down to Get Around campaign. That's pretty much what she's talking about, ain't it, Larry?
Totally. When I think her name was Rhonda, when she was talking about the record drivers, statistically, there is one record driver killed every week in the United States. Now, if you add in service workers, construction sites, and I heard you talking about that a little bit earlier, we just drive HUA. I told you that term before. Too many people on the roadway, because that's a technical police term, HUA. But she's right. You've got to look for that human when you see flashing lights. That vehicle didn't fall out of the sky. A human drove it there. It could be the pizza delivery guy, for God's sakes, but a human drove it there. That's why I say slow down to get around.
That's correct. Yep.
I'm happy to know that that's still the number one safety concern in the solid waste industry all across the United States, with both trade organizations, SWANA and NWRA. Good morning, Steve.
Morning. Yeah, that's not what you called about, but that's a good thing. That's why you were perfectly timed for that.
And I was locked and loaded when she started talking about that situation with record drivers. Now, I heard the comment about Lake Pontchartrain, and I drove a truck across that a couple times, and it was a trash truck. It was a front loader truck, and those are cab overs. Now, in all the years that I've driven, I've had this little fear in the back of my brain, I can't get away from it, of going over a bridge and a front tire blowing out. Now just imagine what you would do. Now, so my head is always getting around, what would I do if? So I always had a plan. That's what you're taught in the Smith system, everything else. Have an out. Now, on the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, I don't know if you've ever crossed it or not, but the sidewalls are 3 foot tall. So they're not like, I-75 bridge or anything else. They're only 3 foot tall. There is a lot of pictures that you can find on the internet of vehicles going over that. Lake Pontchartrain, I think at its deepest part, is only 12 foot deep. But nevertheless, I had this fear going across that long stretch of bridge that if I had that front blowout that I always feared, is that truck going to go over that little bit of a 3 foot wall on the sides? Have you ever crossed the bridge?
No, I have not.
Well, I'm sure any trucker that's crossed that bridge, will know what I'm talking about. You can see the pictures on the internet. That was always my fear. Now, Roger Penske years ago put a great training program together, what to do if you have a front tire blowout on the interstate. And I actually had to use that concept one time coming down 75 out of AK Steel, had a pretty good sized load on a tandem axle straight truck, but I had a front tire rapid blowout. And the first thing you do, and again, you got to be mentally prepared to do this. And I was fortunate that I was, but the first thing you do is you actually accelerate and then you slowly bring your vehicle to a stop. Where people screw up is when they get that front tire blowout and they panic and they hit the brakes real quick. That's a prescription for a rollover on a straight road. Have you ever heard that, Steve?
Absolutely, yeah. And we talked about that not long ago, that problem with these governed trucks is most trucks are driving down the road with the hammer, it's all the way hammered down. You ain't got no pedal left.
Right, yeah. You're dead in the water at that point. The best thing you can do there, is to continue to accelerate and then bring it down to, slower speed gradually, not to overreact to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the point I always try to make with drivers is you've got to be mentally prepared with the head game of what if? What if the deer runs out in front of you? What if the idiot alongside of you decides to, cut you off? What are you going to do? What's your out? The key points of the Smith system, should be something that we just go over and over and over from a safety standpoint and becomes second nature in your brain. And when you were talking about Lake Pontchartrain, man, I couldn't dial fast enough to share my experience on that bridge.
All I've seen is the pictures and some of the videos and whatnot, but it looks downright scary. I'm not real fond of bridges.
Well, I was coming down 75, coming north on 75 one time, right at the top of the hill, and I was in a cab over, and it was a 13-speed Road Ranger, and I had not properly prepared myself, and I tried to downshift at one point, and I missed a gear. I held on to that steering wheel. It's called Georgia Overdrive. I held on to that steering wheel for dear life and was ready to get out of the truck and pray when I got down to the bottom of the grade coming down 75 into Covington. You talk about butt puckering. Whew, Lord help me.
I bet.
I didn't want to do that again. Well, good morning, Steve. And this is my training Friday. So my first training group with Line of Business was at 1 o'clock. We had a great meeting and good bunch of guys. I kind of really love having the guys talk with each other and share their concerns. And now I've got to engage and go deal with their concerns.
All right. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, I noticed it's a little bit earlier than you're normally out and about, but that's your Friday. I got you.
All right, Steve. Have a great day, brother.
Thank you so much for checking in. You got it. Let me see here. About 20 past the hour. And, that guy was in law enforcement for a number of years. You may be an acquaintance of his, Pappy.
Good evening, Mr. T. Sommers. How are you, sir?
Doing well. What's going on?
Sorry, I didn't catch his name.
That's Larry Stone. And I know he was in law enforcement here in this town for a number of years. Then he was like the safety director there at Rumpke for a number of years. That's where, when my wife worked at Rumpke, that's where we met. But, over the years,
right.
He took me out to lunch one time sitting around a table with a bunch of police officers. And, that's a little different.
It seems like a lot of retirees end up over at Rumpke. I know several people that work over there. It's good company. But, hey, I'd like to send some prayers out to Miss Cookie.
Yes.
That was a heck of an email that you read there. And I'd like to send some prayers out to her and her husband and hope all goes well. Hey, Rhonda was talking about the stimulus package, and she said, we're all going to have to pay this back. And she's absolutely 100% correct. I heard today that if you're a taxpayer, you're going to have to pay back $16,000 to the government.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the deal the government gave you. They're the salesmen. They come up to you and they say, hey, you give us $16,000 and we're going to give you $1,400 back in return. And that's what you get. Not only that, come next year, you're going to have to pay taxes on that $1,400. Ain't that sweet up? Ain't that a heck of a deal, Steve? I mean, aren't they some salesmen here or what? I mean, I talked about this before. There's 3 ways to spend money. When you're spending your own money on yourself, okay, you care about the price and you care about the quality. When you're spending your money on someone else, you don't care so much about the quality, but you still care about the money. I always use this analogy as, if you're going to get a motel room, if you're going on vacation and you're going to get a motel room, if you're buying this motel room for yourself or renting it rather, you want to get a good deal for the money, but you want it to be a nice motel room.
Sure.
If you were spending that money for a friend of yours, you still care about the money, but maybe not so much about the quality. Now, when you're spending other people's money on other people, you no longer care about the quality, right? Or the amount you're spending.
Right.
That's just the way it is. And that's what government does. They spend our money. They're not spending their money. They are spending other people's money.
If you have if you passed over your credit card with an unlimited balance on it, no ceiling, no cap, I could just have a heyday. I could go out and just spend and spend and spend. I'm not having to pay for it. It's your credit card,
Yes, sir. Eventually, that will come back and haunt you, though. Steve, if you make $50,000 a year, okay, and you go out and spend $60,000 a year, the next year you make $50,000, but you spend $60,000. The next year you make $50,000 and you spend $60,000. Sooner or later, it's going to catch up with you.
Right.
Our GDP is $20 trillion, right? That's what this country produces. The government don't produce nothing. The way government gets money is through taxes. And what did they say now? How many trillion are we over?
I think we're at 28 trillion now.
$28 trillion.
And I'm not sure whether that includes the 1.9 we just spent.
That's $8 trillion more than what this country makes. Astronomical, a crazy amount. You can't fathom $1 trillion.
Right.
I mean, more or less. I mean, these numbers are just mind-blowing. I think I heard a number. I think it was Dan Bongino said something. It was a week or so ago. Right now, the amount of debt that this country has, it will cost each living person, okay, $270,000. So in the next minute, the next baby that is born owes the government $270,000 to be able to get out of this debt.
Which means we're never going to get out of the debt. I don't know is there any such thing? I mean, some were saying, all right, when the whole COVID pandemic enveloped the entire planet, maybe we'd see some sort of we're going to have to see some sort of an economic reset or whatever with, it's China's fault that we lost all this money. It's China's fault that we've spent how many, $6-8 trillion on trying to relieve from the pandemic, that we need to make them pay for it. But I don't think that's going to happen. I do think it makes more sense what that Florida representative said, that China's just sitting back and anxiously waiting for us to actually go bankrupt, and then they can become the leader of the world.
You know, it makes you kind of, you don't want to get into these all conspiracy theories, but I mean, we've talked, you know, I feel about that. Steve, do you remember, this is over a year ago. This has probably been January or February of last year. We were standing up in the garage. When this COVID first started coming out, we're like, what the hell's going on here with this COVID?
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We were just starting to hear about Wuhan. And I told you, I said, Steve, I'm telling you, I would not doubt it if this was some kind of biological attack from China. I don't know if you remember that or not.
I vividly, yes, absolutely. Because then you weren't the only one suggesting that they're unleashing this on the. They were struggling, and Donald Trump's all his sanctions and whatnot. He was, they weren't happy with Trump. They were struggling. Their economy wasn't growing. Ours was, growing leaps and bounds, and they sure turned that around. Our economy has taken a big hit. They are currently the fastest growing economy in the world. China came out smelling like a rose some way.
Yes, sir. What else was going on? Hong Kong. Remember Hong Kong?
Yep.
The riots and everything going on? That's how they were able to put a stop to that, Steve. COVID shut everything down over there in Hong Kong.
And now lawmakers here, just this week, the head of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command said he feels that China is gearing up to do the actual invasion of Taiwan within the next few years.
Steve, that's probably going to happen. And, the writing's on the wall, we got them Southern Island, I guess you can kind of call them, they're attached to the Philippine, South Islands in there. And Taiwan, is a major part of that. For us, we lose Taiwan and they take that over. There's a lot of, like tech companies out there, believe it or not. But man, yeah, we're in a world hurt, Steve. I'll tell you what, man, I was laying in bed the other night trying to sleep. Listen, I'm not a real religious guy. When I was a kid, mom and dad forced me to, go to church every Sunday. I believe in the Almighty, but I'm not, real religious guy. I don't get down on my hands and knees every night. Probably should. But when you look what's going on in this world right now, I'm to the point where I think we need divine intervention here, man.
Yeah.
And it might be coming. You see evil in the world. There's evil, man. When you do certain things to people, when you specifically go out and try to destroy somebody's life, and you have no remorse with that, you find pleasure in doing that, that's evil, man.
That's evil. Yeah, well, and there's a whole bunch that have been doing that to Donald Trump for how long now? It's the whole cancel culture. I can't recall which representative it was here just a few days ago, speaking about the $1.9 trillion package. And he referred to this bailout and payback on the Democrats. He said this particular bill was written in hell by the devil himself. It's the best way he could describe it. With that, a news break. We'll be back with more on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden at the White House in his first primetime address to the nation on the one-year anniversary of the worldwide pandemic. He said the vaccine rollout is kicking into high gear.
All adult Americans will be eligible to get a vaccine no later than May 1. That's much earlier than expected. Let me be clear. That doesn't mean everyone's going to have that shot immediately, but it means you'll be able to get in line beginning May 1. Every adult will be eligible to get their shot. And to do this, we're going to go from 1 million shots a day that I promised in December, before I was sworn in, to beating our current pace of 2 million shots a day, outpacing the rest of the world.
This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our buy 4, get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for details.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Kind of stepping back, going back to Biden's comments this past evening. You're hearing some of the little clips in the news. Making it sound as like if it weren't for Joe Biden and the Biden administration, I guess none of us would be getting our vaccines, right? It's whatever. Now, when you take the left-leaning anti-Trump New York Times, and even they acknowledge Donald Trump deserves his share of credit. for the development and the production of the vaccine. That's saying something. I mean, New York Times, they spent 4 years trying to destroy Donald Trump. The Times actually gave kudos to both the Trump and Biden administrations for their efforts. In a Wednesday story headline, of course, Joe gets, I guess, top billing. Biden got the vaccine rollout humming with Trump's help. Both administrations deserve credit. Of course, neither wants to give a whole lot of credit to the other. President Biden benefited hugely from the waves of vaccine production that the Trump administration set in motion, says the Times. As both Pfizer and Moderna found their manufacturing footing, they were able to double and even triple the output from their facilities. It was all in motion. Biden noted Wednesday at the White House event to celebrate vaccine advancements, to which he said, on Saturday, we hit a record 2.9 vaccinations in one day. The vaccines are bringing hope and healing. A closer look from the New York Times says the ramp-up offers more of a mixed picture, one in which the new administration may be expanded and bulked up on production efforts whose key elements were in place when Biden took over for Donald Trump. As former Trump aides claim, Biden is proclaiming victory on his predecessor's advancements. Again, the New York Times. They criticize what we did. This is coming from the Trump aides. They criticize what we did. They're using our playbook every step of the way. And that's what they've been doing. All righty then. Now, speaking of COVID vaccine, story out of Salt Lake City. All right, we all talk about are there risks? Well, there's risks with any vaccine. I don't care if it's the measles, the mumps, rubella, whatever it's going to be. Any vaccine runs, you run risks. They've been trying to beat the drum. It's a very low risk, but there are millions of people concerned about the short amount of time that was put into developing these particular vaccines, and they're afraid there might be detrimental impacts, maybe not today or tomorrow, but 2 or 3 years, 5 years down the line. We don't know at this point. Story out of Salt Lake City during a KUTV investigation to side effects and where to report them. We found 4 reported deaths, again, Salt Lake City, filed by Utah families and their caregivers. One case kind of stood out, a 39-year-old single mom from Ogden who died 4 days after her second dose of the Moderna vaccine. Family is now waiting on an autopsy, held a celebration of her life this past weekend. Cassidy Currill, by all accounts, was a healthy, happy, had more energy than just about anyone else around her. According to her family, who said she had no known health problems or pre-existing conditions. Alfred Howley, a retired Hill Air Force Base fighter pilot, is a military man who's known risk and lost his entire life. He's taken it all in stride, he says. Until now, an hour before his granddaughter's celebration of life this past Saturday, he sat down to talk about his baby girl. The one who always wore makeup to cover up the freckles that he loved so much. He says, I'm in a state in my life right now. I'm okay with that. Wiping tears from his cheek. She was the one who promised to take care of me. The death of his youngest daughter out of nowhere in a year where his family has already suffered unimaginable grief. 3 funerals before Carol's in the past 370 days. 4 days after her second dose, though, she's gone. Before most of her family could even say their goodbyes. He woke up that Thursday morning to his daughter asking for help. She came in early and said her heart was racing. She felt like she needed to get to the ER. He and her 9-year-old daughter, they'd been one family under the same roof since Emily was born, the 9-year-old. And Hallie, now retired, spent a lot of time with his girls. I said she got sick right away. Soreness in the shot location, then starting getting sick. Started complaining that she was drinking lots of fluids but couldn't pee. And then felt a little bit better the next day. That was her second shot. The first came with a sore arm, no real side effects or issues. She was the first in the family to get the vaccine. She was a surgical tech for several local plastic surgeons. And the vaccine was part of the job. She stepped up to get the shot without even hesitating. She was absolutely fine getting the shot, he said. Matter of fact, she told us all, it's fine, you guys. You guys should all get the shot. Isolated cases, I know. Again, now awaiting the autopsy report to see, was it related to the vaccine? Maybe, maybe not, but just passing on the facts, sharing the information, because that's what you all like to hear, right? All right, quickly back to China now. And I mentioned the head of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command told lawmakers this week, we're losing our edge over the Chinese military. The People's Republic of China faces weakening international deterrence. They used to have a lot of opposition around the globe, and that's going down, down, down. Testifying for the Senate Armed Services Committee Tuesday, Admiral Philip Davidson, head of the Indo-Pacific Command, warned against an increasing imbalance in that region brought on by China's rapid military advancement. The balance in the Indo-Pacific is becoming more unfavorable for the United States and our allies. With this, we are accumulating risk that may embolden China to unilaterally change the status quo before our forces may be able to deliver an effective response. China announcing just last week they're going to increase their defense budget by 6.8% in 2022, allocating $208.6 billion to their defense budget, a move that has concerned U.S. lawmakers as well as defense officials. Davidson said by 2025, China will be able to deploy 3 aircraft carriers, expressing concern about the imminent threat China's aggressive behavior poses for Taiwan. I cannot for the life of me understand some of the capabilities that they're putting in the field unless it's in an aggressive posture. I am concerned China will invade Taiwan within the next 6 years, was his quote. China continues to condemn any international objections to their aggression toward Taiwan, maintaining that this is our territory under the One China principle. Of course, Taiwan and the U.S. view them as independent from mainland China. By exploiting the Taiwan question to exaggerate China's military threat, some people in the U.S. are actually looking for excuses to justify the increase of the U.S. military expenditure, expansion of military power, and interfere in regional affairs. A Chinese spokesperson said the United States should abandon the Cold War zero-sum mentality. You need to view China's development and national defense development objectionably and rationally. But Davidson pointed out Cold War era concerns and warned China is rapidly building their nuclear stockpiles, telling lawmakers if China continues to go unchecked in their nuclear development, they will surpass U.S. stockpiles by the year 2030. If they triple or quadruple their stockpile, China could possibly have nuclear overmatch against the U.S. before the end of this decade. Is that correct? Is that correct, said Senator Tom Cotton? If they were to quadruple their stockpile, to which Mr. Davidson said, yes, sir, it is. He did not state how many nuclear weapons China or the U.S. currently have, but data from the Arms Control Association list us as having 5,800 nuclear warheads as of August of last year. Only 3,800 of them are active. Supposedly, right now, China maintains 320 warheads. Under the New START treaty the U.S. entered into with Russia, the U.S. is permitted to deploy 1,550 warheads on 800 strategic launchers at a time, a figure that would still exceed China's quadrupled capabilities. But in response to China's increased aggression in the South China Sea, the development of their artificial islands in those disputed waters, we have increased our naval presence and we've launched freedom of navigation operations. And real concerns, even from our top military brass, about the aggression, the aggressive posture of the Chinese military. All right, so let's get back to the calls here. And Pup, thanks for hanging in there. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, Steve. Hey, that deal Rhonda was talking about, I'm not sure if he had mechanical trouble or medical, but that's a straightaway there at the 32, and he went off the road and flipped over semis, what they're trying to get.
Okay.
But, hey, did you end up getting a washer then?
Yeah, we ended up, we found a place that actually had some in stock. I didn't end up being real picky about it. It's like I paid a little more than I wanted to pay, but that you have to take what's available, right?
That's just what I was going to tell you, and you're probably going to like doing that better. I found out those big box stores and getting warranty work and all that stuff, that is a pain in the butt. You're better off going to a mom and pop shop and get you a good Maytag that's got a 10-year warranty on it. No problems. Everything. That's one thing my wife and I did with our first stimulus check is bought a new Maytag washer and dryer. About everything we got nowadays Maytag because they got a 10-year warranty on about everything. How
about that? Well, just so happens we got a Maytag. That's what we got. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And as far as you was talking about who they would pick for vice president, there's a Rice lady. I can't not think of her first name, but she was like Obama's right-hand man while he was in office.
Like Susan Rice.
And she's been running between him and the White House this whole time. So it wouldn't surprise me with her. But then again, if they really wanted to punch that ticket out of the park, it wouldn't surprise me if it would be Obama again. Because if something ever happened, he can still serve 2 years. But that's what I was thinking. But hey, you was talking about what they're going to do with Wizard of Oz and stuff. I could come up with a theory. It sounds like something Spaceman would come up with.
Uh-oh.
I bet you the Scarecrow's going to get a sex change. I bet you that comes out that the Tin Man's gay, the Lion and Toto's going to run off. And then I bet you anything, Dorothy turns lesbian because she still has to get that witch wet so she melts. So. So that's all I got for you, Steve. Have a good weekend.
All right. Yeah, we're all going to be anxiously anticipating. How's that going to work out, right? Let me see. I got a couple of messages from, this one first from Doughboy. And going back to Larry's comments about blowing a steer tire, I had a 68-mile-an-hour governed truck, and when I blew a steer tire, I grabbed the trolley brake and used the trailer to stop me. Then onto the stimulus check. When I was doing my taxes on TurboTax this year, it asked me if I got the 2 stimulus checks last year. You had the 12 and then the 600. First, I put in no, and it increased my return by $3,600. When I changed it to yes, I received the checks, which I did receive. It dedicated $3,600 from my refund, but it never charged me any taxes on getting the checks. Yeah, I know for the first 2, I'm not supposed to pay taxes on that, and I don't believe we're supposed to have to pay taxes on the $1,400. I think you have to claim the income or whatever, but you don't. It's not going to increase your taxes, whatever, how that works. It's just, All right, then from Buckeye Boy in Charlotte, North Carolina, earlier here a couple hours ago in Charlotte, waiting to do a couple of pickups and deliveries in the area. I had a thought. Since Spaceman already has that handle, maybe Philip from Florida could consider taking the handle Rocket Man. I am fascinated by his knowledge of the launches and the space programs in general. Very interesting to listen to. Going to take a few days off after this, take care of some personal business. The beginning of next month, which my wife and I have been dealing with in the court system concerning our grandchildren over the past couple years and our rights to see her. So please have everyone out there say a little prayer for us that this goes our way. It has been both emotionally and financially draining. Yeah, the family issues, yes, it can. When you're dealing with the courts and whatnot, it ain't cheap, is it? All right, well, good luck with that there, Buckeye Boy and Doughboy. Thank you so much for your email this morning. By the way, email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. That's us. Okay, see if I can pull up some of our, they call it show notes. Yeah, things we're talking about with Hot Shot Secret and whatnot. I talked about some of the racing stuff last evening. One product they're trying to get the word out about is what is called, it is now called Shift Restore. It's automatic transmission cleaner and protectant. It's engineered to safely dissolve the harmful gum and varnish that forms over time on the surface of any precision transmission components. This CVT and automatic transmission fluid additive also lubricates and protects those key components for an extended transmission life, right? If you're having transmission issues or you're starting to notice maybe hard shifting, maybe a bit of a slip here and there, yeah, this is what you try this out first. It is great as a preventative product or to help solve issues you might be having with your automatic transmission. And of course, yeah, very much like the stiction eliminator. And they always say, hey, if it's much easier to spend whatever the $20-$30, I'm not sure the cost of this, but I mean, versus having to go in and have like a transmission rebuild or whatever the case might be, try this first. Hot Shot Secret offers a 100% money-back guarantee. If it doesn't help, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. So maybe check that out. That is the Hot Shot Secret Shift Restore, as it's now called. All right, about 6 before news update time. Top of the hour coming on here. And let me jump over. I believe that, were your ears burn? Is that Philip?
That's Philip. The Rocket Man's here.
When he said that, I thought, I don't know, Rocket Man, because that's the name Trump dubbed on, what's his name, Kim Jong-un, little Rocket Man.
Yeah, I appreciate the handle, but I wouldn't want to use it because of that, and also I respect Elton John pretty well. So I don't want to run down Elton John's deal.
Yeah, I was looking forward to hearing from you. Remember last evening I mentioned that somebody had sent me a NASA jacket. I can't believe that Kyle shipped this on Wednesday and we got it Thursday. So I just stood up and I'm holding it in my hand. This thing's pretty cool. It's supposedly, I think it was the CNI dog was his handle. He picked it up, I believe, at a truck stop, if I'm not mistaken. But some of the patches I'm looking at here. It's got the STS 133 patch, and it's got all the names, I guess, of the crew members on that. The next one, now the name McAuliffe, that's going to be, was that the Challenger? Was that the first? Because that was Krista McAuliffe, right?
Yeah, Christy McAuliffe was a teacher she was the first private citizen that was supposed to go into space, and she was going on Challenger. She was a teacher, and she was going to go up and do classes in space they were going to do them over, footage with her, and the students would hook up on a link, and they would have a class. That was Christy McAuliffe, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so this it's got all the names: McNair, Resnick, Scobie, Smith, Jarvis, McAuliffe. So it doesn't have an STS number. I guess it's just a commemorative patch from the Challenger. Next patch is, it says approach and landing test from the Enterprise, and it's got 4 crew members' names on that.
Okay, well, that one there was the approach test on the Enterprise. They took the Enterprise was the very first space shuttle that they used. It was a test article. I'm not sure where it's at today. It's at one of the museums now. But they took and put it on a 747, took it up to altitude, and dropped it off of the plane and tested the landing to see how the shuttle would land. That's what that one is.
Okay.
That one probably landed at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
So on the front of the jacket, it's got STS-134. Kelly, Johnson, Finkel, Vittery, couple of others named on there. So I guess that was just one of the, I don't know if that was a special mission or not.
I don't know. I don't know the missions outright, what every one of them did. I don't know. I'm into it, but I'm not that far into it.
Right. Then the other,
you could probably look up all those STS numbers on Wikipedia, and it would tell you exactly what the missions did.
Okay. The other arm has STS-135, Ferguson, Hurley, Magnus, and Walheim. And lastly, it's got an STS-107, and the names on there: Husband, McCool, Ramon. Was that the one that exploded as it was coming back to Earth? Was that?
No, I don't know if that was the one that the one that exploded that coming back was Columbia, and that was over Texas. I'm not sure all the crew names on that one.
Yeah.
I do know that name McCool was an astronaut. I think that he flew a few missions and actually did some the space station as well. But the one thing I do remember, and you said the name, and it brought back some memories when I was in junior high school. I actually met Judith Resnick, who died in Challenger, and she was a very nice lady. I had went to a science fair, and they had Buzz Aldrin there, and they had Judith Resnick there, and they were really nice to me. Buzz Aldrin, if anybody ever wanted to meet a guy that was cool, that's the guy that's cool, Buzz Aldrin. He's like your uncle that you want to talk to, and you sit down and ask you how you're doing, that kind of thing. He's one of those type of people. He's a really cool dude. But Judith, I remember her because she had long, black, curly hair. If you ever see any pictures of Judith, she was amazing. And it was a real tragedy when we lost her and that whole crew. I was in high school when that happened. I actually seen that launch. We were having lunch in high school when we saw that launch, and it was something that we had never seen before. The very first shuttle launch, I actually saw that one, Crippen and Young. I was actually standing at the bus stop waiting on my bus to come get me for school, and I saw that one. And that was the only shuttle launch. If you look at it, the very first one was the only one that had the white tank. The shuttles all had those orange-looking tanks, for the fuel. The only one that had a white one was the very first one. If you look at the very first launch, and they were going to I think they did put some heat tiles on it, but I don't think they put heat tiles all over it, but they painted it white. That's how you can really tell that launch. That was Columbia. They got up there, and they were going around, and they actually looked out the back, and when they opened up the payload bay doors, and they saw some tiles that were missing, and they were really concerned about them because they didn't know if they could get back without them. But all the tiles on the underside were intact, so they got back. Nothing got into the shuttle and burned it up or anything like that. So it brought back a lot of memories. I spent a lot of time as a kid looking at that and seeing all that stuff, and it's always interested me on how it is. I keep up with this stuff in Texas, and they've got an app out there that you can actually download. All you have to do is go to your app store and put in Rocket Launch app, and it'll tell you what the dates are and the times, and it'll actually link you up with the feeds as far as SpaceX or ULA or whoever. Did you see yesterday, Steve, that we said the USA was turned into ULA?
Let's see. United Space Alliance. Now, I didn't see that it turned into ULA. All I saw was what I shared that USA was, like, I guess, dissolved in 2019.
Yeah, it was dissolved in 2019, and then all the stuff that was in their deal turned into United Launch Alliance.
Okay.
And so it's a joint thing between Boeing and Northrop and all those guys. And there's a lot of civil servants that are at NASA that have been there for many years, and those guys all are in that ULA program. They're the ones doing the Artemis program right now. That one there is going to be going to Mars, so into the moon. So, well, I'm going to let you go, buddy. I appreciate you talking. I know you're just past the hour a little bit.
All right.
You have a good one, bud.
You got the clock. You got the countdown clock. Thank you much there, Philip. Yeah, that's a pretty cool jacket. That's a CNI dog. Yeah, from Illinois. Whoever you are, that's really cool. And thank you so much. News update, top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden at the White House in his first primetime address to the nation on the one-year anniversary of the worldwide pandemic. He said the vaccine rollout is kicking into high gear.
All adult Americans will be eligible to get a vaccine no later than May 1. That's much earlier than expected. Let me be clear. That doesn't mean everyone's going to have that shot immediately, but it means you'll be able to get in line beginning May 1. Every adult will be eligible to get their shot. And to do this, we're going to go from 1 million shots a day that I promised in December, before I was sworn in, to beating our current pace of 2 million shots a day, outpacing the rest of the world.
This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go, and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Communist Party in China has taken over the elections in Hong Kong. With more, here's USA's Lance Pry.
China's legislature on Thursday passed a resolution called the Patriots Governing Hong Kong. In a move to overhaul the city's elections, the Chinese Communist Party now controls the Asian financial hub's elections, reducing Democratic representation and allowing a pro-Beijing panel to vet patriotic candidates. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The New York State Assembly authorized an impeachment investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct against Governor Andrew Cuomo amid growing calls for the Democrat to resign from office. The Albany Times-Union reported fresh allegations of sexual misconduct, saying an aide to the governor said he groped her at the executive mansion in 2020, reaching under her blouse and touching her. Cuomo denied the allegations. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The new coronavirus bill has gotten positive reactions across the aisle. With more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, here's Tim Berg.
The House securing final passage of the $1.9 trillion coronavirus aid bill. The legislation does provide a new round of $1,400 stimulus checks, enhanced unemployment benefits, and expanded child tax credits. President Biden signing the bill Thursday. As far as how the bill will help working class Americans, DNC Chairman James Harrison tells CNN,
"This bill is going to have a dramatic impact on the lives of low-income kids across this country." They say about 93% of children in this country will have be impacted because of this. I mean, just think about it, Don. We are increasing the child tax credit in this bill from $2,000. You got a kid like mine that's under the age of 6. I got a 2-year-old. That will go from $2,000 to $3,600 for a poor family that is struggling right now because of COVID. That's a game changer. There's so many provisions in this bill that's going to make life easier for a lot of low-income and working people in this country.
You can listen to the news anytime by logging on to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you so much. Welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Good to have you with us. And what are we looking at here? A couple of other industry headlines before we get back to your calls. Again, they're following a traffic stop earlier this week. An Indiana man has been arrested facing multiple charges, according to state police. About a little before 6 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. Police stopped a 2010 Volvo tractor, which was pulling an enclosed trailer on US 31 in Indiana, near Peru, Indiana. The driver was later identified as Omar Mohammed, 48 years old, of Indianapolis. He was pulled over because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. During the traffic stop, Mohammed allegedly provided a driver's license identifying him as someone else. Further investigation revealed that the person identified on the license was wanted on a criminal arrest warrant from Texas, which prompted Mohammed to provide his true identity, along with the information that he was allegedly driving without a valid commercial driver's license. He was arrested, booked into the Miami County Jail, facing criminal charges for synthetic identity deception, forgery, obstruction of justice, and having a counterfeit government-issued identification. Not a valid CDL, probably the kind of guy that had no business being out there on the highways anyway, but you just don't know who you're sharing the roads with out there. How many times do we say, where did that guy get his license? Well, hell, he may not have one, right? All right, then, who was it? I think our friend out of Michigan shared the story with me here of the talk right now about the side trailer underride guards. In this case, it was a Tesla sedan slamming under the tractor trailer after driving through an intersection. A man and a woman driving in the area into the side of the trailer in that intersection Thursday morning. Both the driver and passenger taken to the hospital with injuries. It was about 3:20 yesterday morning, right about 24 hours ago. Unknown man and woman driving a Tesla colliding with the semi-truck, again, wedged underneath the trailer. Passenger is listed in critical condition. The driver's status unknown at the moment. Semi-driver unharmed, but they're investigating the incident, asking anyone with knowledge about the incident to contact the Detroit Police Department's Fatal Squad. So I guess maybe one has already died, the other, because the one, they don't know the actual condition. The other's in critical condition. But if I'm looking at the photograph here, don't know what kind of a speed they were going, but this vehicle is under the trailer, right in front of the rear axles, all the way up to, that's got to be halfway through the back seat of the vehicle, like 2/3 of the vehicle underneath the trailer. They slammed it. It was somewhere pretty close to I-75. All right, so thanks for sharing the story, but yeah, would the underride guards have made a difference? I guess that's the question that many want to ask. It was actually Philip that shared that with me. Thank you, Philip. Or Truckin' Phil, as he calls himself. Which is Happy Friday. Sharing the story with you about the Tesla. Ready to depart Fort Wayne, headed for Sterling Heights, Michigan. There you go. He's just checking in this morning. 288 days till Boxing Day, 287 days till Christmas. Thank you so much for keeping us up to speed on that, Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi, he says. All right, let's get back to your calls here. And Jay, I believe, is next, checking in. Good morning, Jay. What's on your mind?
Hey, it's JR there, Steve.
Hello, JR.
Hey, that stimulus stuff you put on your taxes, they just want to know if you got your money or not. If you didn't get it, they automatically put it on your tax return, but probably sooner or later they're going to keep track of it. You probably will have to pay taxes on it. I wouldn't doubt it, but that's the object of that too, if you didn't get it.
Okay. Yeah, so I believe, like, if you didn't get your $600 stimulus or whatever, and when you filed your your taxes, you're able to you get the $600 added on top of if you had a return coming or whatever, and I guess if you owed, I don't know if they would.
Or if you owe, they just take it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, that shots you talking about, was them all Medina shots or were they different shots? They're in Utah.
They were.
Two people died.
It was the Moderna vaccine. The 39-year-old she had taken the second Moderna vaccine shot.
So yeah, I've heard bad things about that Moderna. I'm getting the Philip. I think it's called a Philip. The first one was
Pfizer.
Philip.
The Pfizer.
What is it?
Pfizer. Yes.
Man, I can't keep it straight. I'm getting the Pfizer 2 weeks. But, I don't know. Don't know if it's safe or not. But Johnson & Johnson, we only had one place in Indianapolis to get it, and that was it.
From what I'm hearing, many of the truck drivers are kind of leaning toward that because that's the one and done shot. You take one shot and that's it. You're done.
One and done, yeah. But it's not as high as it's only 75% or something like that. I guess instead of 95.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. But yeah, like I said, the stimulus check. A lot of people didn't. My buddy of mine and his wife died, and he took his name off the check, and he didn't get his last $600 because the last one came with both of their names on there, and he didn't get it. And the tax guy said that's probably why. So.
Well, the idea is, if he had an income, I don't remember what the threshold. I think with this latest one, it's $75,000 for an individual, $150,000 for like a married filing jointly couple. So if he made over, if it was the same, if he made over 75 himself, okay, so you don't make that. Okay, well, it's
no. No. So, but I'm sure they're going to tax it sooner or later. You watch. That's why they're going to keep track to see if you got it or not.
Sure.
You know, we're not getting it free for nothing.
There ain't no
Like
free
Pappy
lunch.
said.
No such thing as a free lunch.
No, they're sure not.
Somebody pays for it.
No. Yep. You getting your shot or are you waiting?
I'd be in the waiting mode, thank you.
Waiting the mode, huh?
I'm waiting, you know.
Yeah, you wonder, as fast as everything's coming down all of a sudden, wonder how true, you know, the virus was now since Trump got out. I mean, it came down awful quick.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of Indianapolis been under red for I don't know how long, and all of a sudden the basketball tournaments wanted to come to Indianapolis. Boy, all of a sudden our mayor decided, well, we're out of the red and everything can open up now. We're good to go.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's pretty amazing how they done that. So it makes you wonder.
Just kind of wonder if the virus had been running through its cycle, running its course like most viruses do. Because you got to remember, for the millions of cases that were identified, there's that many or maybe more that weren't even identified. So many people that were asymptomatic had it and didn't even know they had it, no symptoms or anything. Yeah. So, you know, we may have been approaching herd immunity and didn't even know it.
Yeah, like our school's been going to school all the time. Our schools have never closed. And we get an email once a day. At least one kid's getting it every day. But they're not shutting the schools down.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I don't know. I mean, we had it back in October, but my wife had it real bad. She lost a lot of hair all of a sudden. She
really?
wasn't gunk hair. Yeah, she thought she was going bald, and she went to the beautician to get a haircut, and she said that the beautician said that first thing she asked her if she had the COVID, and she said, yeah. She said, well, that's why you're losing your hair.
Yeah.
That's part of but she's got roots coming back where her hair is growing back, she said. So she said some women lose a lot of hair. She was worried there for her. I told her to go to a doctor, but you know how women are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
They know it all. They know it all. But she got relief when that beautician told her there'd been a bunch of women there doing that. So that's about it.
Thank you so much for checking in this morning there, Jay. I appreciate you being with us. Thank you for listening into the program out there. That's another thing Biden said this past evening. Many of the, you know, they're the analysts, they're the experts, whatever you want to call them. They're all out there looking. Joe, in his 23-minute address, said the children are all going back to school. We're going to get them back in class. Now, much of last year, the grandkids, my grandchildren, were out of class. Like, schools were shut down across the board. And when the new school year started, they haven't really missed a beat. They spent the first week, I believe it was, doing the remote learning thing, and then they went back to class. And they've been back in class most all this school year. And to my knowledge, they haven't had any real issues with children coming down sick or children bringing it home to their parents, that kind of stuff. But for whatever reason, some states, there's a number of states where the kids are still haven't been to school in a year and a half now, or well over a year. And when Biden said the kids are going back to school, someone suggested, well, I wonder if Joe has spoke to the leadership of the teachers' unions, because they're the ones that are fighting going back to class. The irony of, earlier this week, the story where teachers' union was telling teachers that are balking about going back to class, don't be going out during the spring break when the kids are technically out of school or whatever, and taking a bunch of pictures of you hanging out on the beach or you hanging out at the bar with other people, because that defeats our message that we're afraid of going back to class because of the COVID. They just don't want to go back to class, it appears. So I think the teachers union may have a little something to say about Joe's telling them they're going back to class, but just something I thought I'd bring up. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And Eagle, hey there.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this two things tonight. Two more things tonight. First of all, it's this Andrew Cuomo situation. This guy here, Steve. He needs to go ahead on and resign from his position, because I've already seen this deal with other celebrities or people in the spotlight. It's a woman, they tried to play this game with Donald Trump. A different game is going to appear every day until he decides to step down with these women. And I think it's up to 6 women. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't, the longer he stays in, the more women that come out with these accusations. They'll tell us how many women this guy came in contact with. They want him out of the position, and there's only one way. He's told all kind of lies. He's proven that he's nothing but a liar. With the nursing home deal, and now you got 6. The way I look at it with these accusations, Steve. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. After the first woman, where you say, "Oh well," so she just got a grudge against him, that she don't like him. Second woman come out, you say, well, maybe it's 2 women that don't like him. But you know what? When you get up to 6 women, one of these women is telling the truth about Mr. Cuomo. All 6 of these women are not liars like he's trying to say they are. That they got a grudge against him, political grudge. They don't like him, this and that. When you got 6 women accusing you of the same thing, what do you think, Steve? Don't you think that he's done something to one of these women?
With each passing day, the evidence is pretty profoundly against him. The latest one didn't really want to say anything for whatever reason. I don't know if she just doesn't want to go through the whole media charade or whatever, all the questions that are going to be asked, or maybe having to testify if it comes to a court case or something. She didn't want to talk about it, but she divulged to to an attorney. And the attorney took it up because the attorney said, "Hey, we have a responsibility to turn this over to the police."
Yeah. Well, they said that, this latest woman, what he did is considered considered against the law. What he did, he broke. If he did it, this is a serious crime that he committed. If he committed the offense that she said he did do. So, like I say, the best thing for this guy to do is to go ahead and resign. He says he's not going to resign. But I got real bad news. When we seen this with Bill Clinton, we seen this with Bill Cosby, we seen this with a list of individuals, and the names keep going. Donald Trump, every time you looked up, there was another woman accusing him of something until he finally decided to give in to these people. So, like I say, Cuomo, he can stay in the deal all he wants. He can continue to lie and say he didn't do it. But I promise him, every day that goes by, you're going to see another woman pop out and say that he did something to her until he decides to move on and get out of the governor deal in New York City. That's the way I see it. Yeah. But, one other thing I want to talk about before I hang up with you, Steve, is the situation with you was talking about truck drivers and the deal with the speed regulators. We went over this last week, and like I said, the speed regulations, these deals are not going to work. I was looking at some people today when I was driving my truck. Some of these slower trucks, that only do 65 or 62 mile an hour. As I was driving by, I noticed that they had a long line of cars behind these guys. These guys are holding up traffic. You got cars that almost run up on them. Because I told you, I'm in Texas. Now the speed limit is 75 miles an hour, but nobody does that. We're usually running 85 or 90. So when these people are running 90 miles an hour and they come up on a truck doing 60 miles an hour, like Monkey Gouger said a couple of nights ago, these people are looking at their cell phone and looking in the mirror and fixing their hair and this and that. They have a lot of collisions with trucks in the back of a trailer running up under the trailer, and that's the reason why speed regulators are not going to work, but, where they shut down every truck to 60 miles an hour. So hopefully they don't make that bad decision, because if they do, it's going to result in more people dying, truck drivers and four-wheelers. So hopefully they'll make the right decision not to do that. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, good to hear you. Thanks for checking back in there, Eagle. Have a great weekend, all right? Be safe, as we like to say. It's pretty wild. A teenager who lost his iPhone while he was water rafting in British Columbia reunited with the device when it washed up on an island 8 months later. Patty Baucus said she frequently combs the beach in front of her island home for trash. On one recent morning, she said she found a Frisbee, she found a $20 bill. Oh, and there's an iPhone 7 in a watertight case. She recounted how she opened the case, charged the phone, and her husband correctly guessed the passcode, because it was, apparently a lot of people do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the passcode. She found a contact for mom in the phone. She texted the number, discovering the phone belonged to the woman's son, 16-year-old Hunter Hoffman. Hunter said he lost the phone when his raft overturned back in July. The phone apparently spent 8 months in the water, making its way to Bishop Bay. Ended up on the beach. It's bizarre it traveled so far. There's not even any damage to the phone, according to his mother. Solving the mystery. The woman that found the phone said solving the mystery was kind of a fun diversion from all the monotony of this crazy COVID pandemic. She said, I'm keeping the $20 and I'm keeping the Frisbee, and I'm picking up garbage off the beach. I think the moral of the story is go clean up a beach and buy a good case for your smartphone. Whatever the case was, whatever his case was for his iPhone 7, it did the job. I protected it. That's pretty nifty, though. All those months after the fact, 8 months later, you never thought you were going to see that phone again, did you? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Aside from the sexual accusations against Cuomo, the Washington Examiner this past day said Andrew Cuomo's nursing home death traps, as he put it, have some silent partners, a network of some 7,000 group homes where thousands of disabled COVID-19 positive residents languished with little foresight or intervention by the state. So this is yet another whistleblower coming forward, speaking to the Washington Examiner. This is not nursing homes. This is what they call group homes. Again, mentally and disabled individuals were sent pretty much back into the same scenario as forcing nursing homes to accept COVID-19 positive patients back into those facilities. They go into some of the numbers, which we'll break down for you coming up here. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden at the White House in his first primetime address to the nation on the one-year anniversary of the worldwide pandemic.
But this is one of the most complex operations we've ever undertaken as a nation in a long time. That's why I'm using every power I have as President of the United States to put us on a war footing to get the job done. Sounds like hyperbole, but I mean it, a war footing. And thank God we're making some real progress now. In my first full day in office, I outlined for you a comprehensive strategy to beat this pandemic. We've spent every day since attempting to carry it out.
He also said on May 30th, the White House expects to have enough coronavirus vaccine to inoculate every adult American. This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Last hour, I shared the story of Mr. Mohammed. That's who he really was. Said he was somebody else. I guess he would get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Here's another under the industry headlines. An inspector detecting the strong odor of marijuana during a roadside safety inspection leads to a Minnesota driver being declared an imminent hazard. The driver also ignored an out-of-service order and had previous convictions for driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Minnesota licensed commercial driver Jordan Andrew Bain, now prohibited from operating any commercial vehicle because of the declaration. During the inspection in February, Fairhaven, Vermont, a Department of Motor Vehicles officer smelled marijuana, asked permission to search the cab and the sleeper of the tractor, which Bain granted permission. Officer found multiple containers labeled to suggest they contained marijuana. Field test determined one of those indeed had marijuana. The officer also found an unlabeled pill bottle containing 3 kinds of pills, which were found to be Schedule II controlled substances for which Bain did not have a prescription. The officer also found 2 synthetic urine kits. One had been opened and used, the other unopened. These synthetic urine kits are commonly used to avoid a positive controlled substance test. So Bain was issued a citation for possession of a narcotic drug, ordered out of service for 24 hours. Despite that order, less than 24 hours, Bain was stopped by the same damn officer. About 2 hours from Fairhaven. What are the odds? Dude, I put you out of service 24 hours ago. What are you doing? Bain previously had been twice convicted by the state of Minnesota for driving under the influence of alcohol and once convicted for driving under the influence of drugs. Here's a guy out there and again, how are they still out there? You kind of question. Now, does he obey the out-of-service order now? I think each offense is like an $1,800 and something fine. But what are the odds? 24 hours later, that's the same guy I pulled over. I had you on the side of the road last night, man. Here you are again. All right, repeat offender. Hello there.
They're all over. They're repeat offenders. He's a repeat offender too, but I got thinking, I wish my smartphone had a button on it so that even when you did the news and that creep in office decides to talk, that my phone would blank out. I don't know if there's a filter where I can put a "he's not my president" button on it or app, so I don't have to listen to him because his voice bothers me as much as, well, you know what I call her on the recording, Hillary Her voice bothered me too. But he talks out of both sides of his mouth, and I don't listen to people at home that talk out of both sides of their mouth. Americans are first. We've got to put Americans first, but yet he's opening up the borders to all these others coming across.
Right.
How many different kinds of trucks have we seen on the CDL Life and Truckers News of different kinds of trucks that are hauling illegals in here, reefers, tankers? There was one I saw that they were in a load of lumber. You know, it's on a flatbed. It's like, seriously, how can people not understand that crackerhead is not in it for us? And we all know, and I said at the first call, they are going to get this money back one way or the other. They are going to get it back probably tenfold from what they supposedly have given us. And we'll end up for what they're paying to the prisoners and the illegals and everything else like that. We'll end up, us working out here, we'll end up paying for all that. Those side guards, they're probably an 1/8 to a 1/16 of an inch thick. They ain't for nothing but wind. They would not be a safety factor on these trucks. They would not stop anything. You pass one of those guys going up the interstate, you can just see that flimsy flopping around. It ain't going to save nothing.
Well, they're not.
That's more of the morons in D.C.
Yeah, they're not talking about the skirts, though. You're talking about like the wind, the aerodynamic skirts. They're talking about you've got like your rear underride guard. They're wanting to mandate those type of guards along the sides of the trailers. That's what they're wanting to implement.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Them flimsy little fiberglass things that are on these for wind deflection.
Well, that's not what they're talking about. You know what you've got.
Unless they're talking,
they're
talking about that blue thing that almost looks like a tire rack underneath.
That would be more akin to what it is. Yeah, what you've got on the back of your trailer, the underride guard on the back of the trailer.
I got the ICC bumper.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing else underneath there. They need to teach these morons how to drive around trucks instead of keep bugging us.
instead of rolling under the truck. I got you.
Yeah. There was one on that I reposted on Facebook. Woman went underneath the car, or underneath the semi, with two of her kids in the car. They all three died. She still had her phone in her hand.
I saw that, yes.
I think... Yeah, you know, and I don't know if you've seen that one or not. I don't even know where I got it from, one of the truckers' pages I'm on. You know, nobody does anything. If you call a state cop or call 911 and tell them you see somebody out here pissing around on their phone, they don't care because there's nothing they're going to do about it until there's a crash. And still, that poor driver... And God knows I don't have any idea what speed he was going. It doesn't matter. It wasn't his fault. Has got that on his conscience now.
Yeah.
That 3 people died because she hit him in the hind end. So, and I have a question for you specifically from the other place from before this show.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
I don't have them in my phone anymore, and I don't have them programmed in my radio anymore. Do you know is Jeff still working over there as producer, or is he somewhere else?
To my knowledge, he's still there. He was training to be able to run the Reds broadcast and whatnot, and doing some other things. But yeah, my understanding, he's still there.
Okay. Well, I just wondered because I had heard way back when that there was you and the guy that did the weekends, Dave, I guess, and then a producer, and I didn't know who the producer was. You know, so I was just nosing around. But I wish there was a filter in my smartphone to keep Creepy's voice out of my ear on the news. My TV remote, if I'm on local channels, has a speed dial past him, Wendy Williams, Jerry Springer, Maury Povich. I remember years ago when I used to run 75 all the time, and I stopped to go to bed, and Maury Povich came across when I scanned the channels where I was at. I think I was like at the rest area at Pickle or something. And I called the number on there, and I said, hey, I don't know where you find them people, but I haven't had sex in 5 years. You think you can find out who my baby daddy is? And she says, girl, weird thoughts in the box here, you know. And she says, oh, we don't find them. They find us.
Oh, boy.
And it's like, I can't get past them quick enough. You know what I mean? But I finally got my remote trained that if it stops on one of them channels, it quickly changes. So, but I'm up here just north of Findlay. Thank God for the state patrol out here. All I can say, I've seen plenty of them. But I'm glad they're out here because I don't know what I'd do if they weren't. So, and the guy that just got popped for weed that didn't stay down 24 hours, there's a ton of them out here. It's like my buddy Pat that works with insurance fraud and stuff and works with the state police over in Philly. He says, you know what? Today they might get busted as Juan, but tomorrow they're Paco. And that one that got popped over on 31 at Peru in the white Volvo, that don't surprise me a bit either. 2 IDs. That's why the CDL went through, was because guys used to lose their license in one state. They just get one at another. You remember those days. That's been way back when.
That's absolutely.
So, I'd hate to have to try to keep track. So
they also had the doctor shopping back in the day. If you failed a CDL test at one place, you just go down the street and get another doctor to
I remember one of my buddies used to just change the date with whiteout and then run a copy of it for his physical.
Yeah.
A couple of times he went to a vet. And it's like, yeah, you can't get away with that anymore.
No more.
You know, and I don't know, Michigan's the same way, but when I got my license renewed in the beginning of the month, you can't even get it at the DMV anymore. Have you gotten yours renewed recently, your license?
Yeah, I did mine here. I think my birthday back in October, it expired. So, we got ours a few months ago.
Did they send it to you in the mail?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's what they did even with my CDL. They sent it to me in the mail. I got it before my birthday. I had the one that had the holes punched in it and then had a letter in my pocket. I ain't got enough crap in my wallet.
That's exactly it. That's what we got.
It was good till April.
They punched the holes in it, gave you that little piece of paper to run on until you got your actual license in the mail, which we got about a week later. All right, Rhonda, be safe out there. And one reason she mentioned seeing a lot of patrols out there. Hey, we've got that 72-hour enforcement blitz that's going on. I think that started Thursday, continues today and Saturday. 5 or 6 states were involved. But it was Ohio, Indiana, I think Kentucky, Michigan, Pennsylvania, I think was in it there. I can't remember all the states, but yeah, that was the 72-hour enforcement effort where they're actually pulling people over for whatever reason, but looking for criminals out there behind the wheel, people with other warrants and whatnot. All right, what are we looking at here with that? Our number is 844-3388. Hey, I've got to do a quick, what do you call it? A quick phone reset. You know the drill. So I'm going to kind of click a couple of buttons here. Yeah, take it down, and when we come back, we'll be back up and running with lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drop.
Told you we'd be quick there. You got 60 seconds, and we're back. Good to go to the end of the night, end of the show, as we say. All right, let me jump right back over to the lines, and, well, there's the big moose. He's on the loose. What's going on this Friday morning?
Playing truck driver, you?
Playing radio.
All right. Well, not to date myself or anything, but you talking about them underdrive guards or whatever on these trucks?
Yes, sir.
You remember when they called that one on the back? It wasn't a DOT bumper. You remember what we called them? The Jane Mansfield bar. Remember the Jane Mansfield bumper or Jane Mansfield bar?
Maybe you are dating yourself, because I don't recall. Why were they called that?
Because Jane Mansfield run about a 1956 Lincoln up a tail end of one and cut her friggin' head off with her kids in the back seat.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, I think it was her, their producer, their brother-in-law, or something that was in the front seat, killed all 3 of them, and had the babies in the back, and all of them survived. But yeah, that's when they passed that law that you had to have that bumper across the tail end of the trailer there, so that wouldn't happen again. And that's for years. That's what everybody called them, a Jane Mansfield bumper, Jane Mansfield bar. So I remember you could buy trailers cheap there, even up into the late 70s, early 80s. You'd find them that people had been using them for storage and stuff, and they didn't have no bumper on the back of them, and you could buy them cheap, and it cost you about $150 to have a bumper put on there. But there's a lot of guys that put old I-beam bumpers on them and stuff. They had some cobbled up messes there for a while till the manufacturers started putting them on regular,
Right.
But, yeah. Well, as far as I'm concerned,
I don't think Rhonda was understanding when they were talking about, you got what you call the Jane Mansfield bar on the back. I think she's thinking that these wind skirts, these little flimsy skirts, is what they're talking about for the sides under the trailers. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about a more sturdy underride guard, which I don't know what the cost would be. Todd Spencer in OOIDA said, to retrofit all the trailers out there would cost billions of dollars.
Well, another thing, too, to put a structural member hanging 30 inches below the floor of that trailer, you're going to add substantial weight, Put one of them, 40 foot long up either side of a trailer, plus the mountain brackets, plus the hardware, you're probably looking at adding at minimum 600 or 800 pounds to the tear weight of that trailer, And last time I checked, it was impossible to drive one of these things sideways and run over somebody. So if somebody is underneath there, it's because they put themselves in that situation. And as far as I'm concerned, that falls under the Natural Selection Act.
Well, I hear you.
I've never been able to drive one of these things sideways at 70 mile an hour or 55, either one.
Well, then you got the problem of, I don't know, especially when how low are they going to make it? We already have issues with trucks getting caught on like railroad crossings and things like that. Isn't that going to be something that's going to get more trucks are going to get caught out there?
Yeah, they'll get high centered on something. Lord have mercy. All of these railroad tracks and these dug-in docks, that's another thing. You know what I'm talking about when I say a dug-in dock.
Yeah.
They dig a hole beside the building to back the truck down in, you know?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I've known guys that's got the landing gear high centered on some of them, because a lot of them dug-ins, they was made for 26 and 40 and 45 foot trailers, and you get these 53s, and you add that length, and you get high centered on the landing gear on some of these docks, or I tell you what, you probably can't find one of them docks. Look right at the top of the dock where it comes back up level with the parking lot. See how many gouge marks and chips is out of that concrete there.
Yeah.
And they talking about putting a 40-foot rub rail down each side of a trailer. Give me a break. I tell you what, man, my giving damn has been broke for a long time. And this, here lately, I've just been reviewing on whether I want to put any more effort into this crap or not. Because, I got me a 36-foot Winnebago sitting up there at the house. I can just park this thing, get in that sucker, and disappear. And my fat ass would be on a beach somewhere, and I'll let the rest of the world worry about their problems or their transgender scarecrows or their lesbian Dorothys or whatever they want to argue about.
Good times. I like that. My give a damn broke a long time ago. You could start using that little line. That burns your biscuits.
No, my biscuits have done been cremated. They just chapped my ass.
Okay.
Hey, I got a funny for you. I'm gonna share this with you. This fella, he gets on board this airplane and sits down beside this dynamite-looking woman. I mean, just the best-looking woman he's ever seen in his life. He wanting to generate a little small talk with her, get the conversation started.
Right.
He says, excuse me, ma'am, says, what brings you to the flight this evening? She said, I fly all over the country, giving lectures at colleges and institutions, dispelling sexual myths. He goes, well, I'm afraid that's a little above my pay grade. I don't understand what you're talking about. She's like, well, for example, she said, it's a common myth that the best lovers in the world are the French. And that's not true at all. It's actually the Native American Indian.
Oh.
And another sexual myth is the fact that the Italians are the best lovers. She said that's not true either. That title actually is held by the Latino and Mexican people. She said, and the third myth is that the African Americans have the best endowed, have the largest members. And she said, actually, the Southern American redneck actually holds that title. She said, but I feel silly talking about this. I didn't even catch your name. He said, honey, my name's Geronimo Rodriguez, but down home, Mama just called me Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Keep it clean, spotted, and solid.
All right. Have a great weekend there, Big Moose. Thank you very much. He's got all three of those attributes. I got you covered, honey. That's all right, John, if you can hang in there through our top of the hour news update, we'll get to you. Jolly Green Giant on the line. We'll get to, who else was there? I think he just dropped off. I don't know who that would have been. It says, Steve, hi, this is a liar. Okay, I don't think the interpreter heard that correctly, but yeah, you want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. Final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden at the White House in his first primetime address to the nation on the one-year anniversary of the worldwide pandemic.
But this is one of the most complex operations we've ever undertaken as a nation in a long time. That's why I'm using every power I have as President of the United States to put us on a war footing to get the job done. Sounds like hyperbole, but I mean it, a war footing. And thank God we're making some real progress now. In my first full day in office, I outlined for you a comprehensive strategy to beat this pandemic. We've spent every day since attempting to carry it out.
He also said on May 30th, the White House expects to have enough coronavirus vaccine to inoculate every adult American. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
A judge has granted a prosecutor's request to add a third-degree murder count against former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who was charged in George Floyd's death. Minneapolis criminal defense attorney Mike Brandt.
The third-degree murder charge gives them that middle ground between the second degree and the manslaughter.
So far, 6 jurors have been seated. Also, in the January 6th insurrection investigation, there was a court hearing for 2 alleged members of the Oath Keepers extremist militia that were charged in the Capitol attack. A federal prosecutor says they plan to charge several more people that have ties to that group. The House has passed a pair of measures aimed at tightening background checks for the sale and transfer of firearms. Lawmakers voted to approve the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, which would require background checks on all commercial gun sales, while also voting to pass a measure aimed at extending the review period required to purchase a firearm. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of 1, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Today is not only the anniversary of the pandemic, it's also the 10-year anniversary of the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
A moment of silence, prayers, and anti-nuclear protests. Japan mourned 20,000 victims of the massive 9.0 earthquake and tsunami that struck Japan 10 years ago, destroying towns and triggering nuclear meltdowns in Fukushima. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Despite the CDC and the president's warning, one governor is still lifting restrictions on COVID-19. With more, here's USA's Tim Berg.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt says he's lifting all COVID-19 restrictions in the state.
There will be no statewide restrictions on events or Oklahomans. I'm also removing the requirements to wear a mask in state buildings.
The Republican governor making the announcement on Thursday, saying, though, people are encouraged to wear a mask depending on their circumstances. He also reminds everyone,
COVID is still here, still in Oklahoma, it's still in the United States, and we still need to do our part. You can still, and you're even encouraged to wear a mask depending on your circumstances.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to the news anytime by logging on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Just like that, final hour underway here on a Friday. More travelers' weather coming up. Not going to be a fun weekend for travel. Parts of Colorado, southeast Wyoming, western Nebraska, as we know, big late winter storm coming on. Could be some record-breaking snows in the offing. On the order of maybe up to 2 feet in the Denver area. So the forecasters say. Looking at a story from the New York Post. Now, I thought somewhere down the line we had a similar story to this. I don't know. Maybe it's the same guy from several years ago. Could be, but Dumbass of the Week nominee for sure. A Florida judge ordering a psychological evaluation for the man accused of sexually assaulting 2 stuffed dolls, including an Olaf doll from the movie Frozen, in a Target store, no less. 22-year-old Cody Meter was appointed a psychologist by the circuit judge ahead of a hearing next month to see if he's actually competent to stand trial. Meter's charged with criminal mischief and exposure of sexual organs. Allegedly targeted the toys in a St. Petersburg store. He first found a stuffed unicorn, allegedly dry humped it in view of a loss prevention officer at the store. He then grabbed an Olaf stuffed animal from the widely popular Disney movie and dry humped that till he finished off on that one, apparently. He admitted to the dirty deeds to the police. Simply saying, he does some stupid stuff. Father tells police, my son has a history of this kind of behavior. As a juvenile, he allegedly performed sexual acts with stuffed animals in a Clearwater, Florida Walmart store. And somebody's got some real issues. Sad thing is, that individual, he probably registered to vote, right? And when he casts a vote on Election Day, it counts just the same as my or your vote. Oh, boy. Hey, good morning, Jolly Green Giant. Happy Friday.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? I think your dad had his thumb on that button. I got hung up on there. It said goodbye, and I didn't do anything wrong, man. But I wanted to call in and say, Eagle, if you don't want those stimulus checks, my wife and I'd be glad to take those checks off your hand, and we'll put them in the savings account, and we'll use it on our next vacation.
Okay.
And we'll be smiling. Thinking of Eagle after that. And also, I have a lot. I respect Eagle and his opinion. He was talking about Como. And I was thinking while he was talking, Steve, I was thinking about Bill Cosby. And I've always liked Bill Cosby and his comedy. By far one of the cleanest comedians out there. Really, really enjoyed listening to him. And then that sexual scandal came on, where he's drugging women, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And Eagle, he's right. It is totally unnecessary. I mean, you can understand one woman, but then you start scratching your head when it's 2, 3, 4, 5 women. And to me, I don't understand that stuff at all. And then you're talking about the young guy down in Florida. I was thinking about Pee Wee Herman, some of the problems he had run into with some of those issues he was having, But the reason I called is you put a comment on Facebook about you were saying all you Biden fans out there, name one thing that Biden has done.
Okay.
So I made a mistake and I took the hook. You got me in trouble, Steve.
Oh, no.
I took the hook.
Okay.
So I named one thing that Biden done right. And by the way, Eagle, I'm not trying to step on your toes, but I named that we're going to get these stimulus checks. Okay. The next thing you know, the Trump supporters come out of nowhere and started attacking me on your site, and was trying to bring to my attention, well, how many stimulus checks did you get from Trump? And my reply to that, I don't think that was Steve's question. You need to go back to look at what Steve's question was. I said, Trump's got nothing to do with Steve's question. But I am not a Biden fan any more than you are, Steve, or the average driver that calls in on your show. But I didn't like Trump either, but I did vote for Trump. And I liked a lot of the stuff that Trump did. But the problem with Trump was his mouth. He always had his foot in his mouth. And I think a president has no business on Twitter or on Facebook. I think a president should be above that in a lot of ways. He shouldn't be getting on there. And I think he was making us look like fools is what I was thinking. But at the same time, I do appreciate a lot of stuff he did. I think his heart was in the right place. And I will say one thing for Trump, it was in the right place. But then you were talking tonight about Biden's speech, which I did not hear.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that Biden was taking credit for things that Trump did. And that doesn't surprise me. And then he's undoing the mess that Trump created. Well, okay, now I've got to take that hook. What mess did Trump create?
All right.
Okay, are they talking about that he locked the border? Or he was trying to build a wall?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got to be honest with you. How is that a mess? I want someone to explain that to me. I think Trump was doing the right thing. I think when this COVID-19 thing come along, we should have locked our borders down. But that's just me, But I appreciate you boys allowing me to voice my opinion on your show. And I want Eagle and Moose and all the other drivers. I appreciate listening to you guys. I think Eagle's an extremely intelligent man. And I do appreciate he was talking about that. And then he brought up Bill Cosby, who I thought at one time I was a big fan of Bill Cosby because of his clean comedy. The other one that I like is somebody that you know, and that's Gary Burbank. I really, really, truly enjoy his comedy. So, but either way, I just thought I'd call and just say I've really enjoyed your show this week, man. It's been very, very good. I appreciate you keeping me informed and all the other drivers informed on what's going on in this country.
All right. If you're gonna,
either way, man.
If you're gonna take the bait, on the social media pages, you have to be prepared to be lambasted. All right. The actual, the post says, "Hey, Biden fans, name something good he's done so far. Anything good. WTF, I'll wait." What has he done good? Someone tried to comment, he's getting us vaccinated. He's getting us back to normal. And then lastly, he said, he's getting us away from our demand for oil. All right, different strokes for different folks. So those are good things, apparently, in Bill's mind. He's getting us back to normal. He's getting us vaccinated. That's where he's taking credit for what Donald Trump already had completely in motion. It was all underway, but some people just don't get that. But yeah, Bill got a lot of responses, and whoever that guy is, he's gone back and forth with a bunch. He's obviously a staunch Biden supporter, a staunch Trump hater. There's no shortage of those out there. I could go on down the list of all the things. Of course, most are highlighting the negative things he's done. And yes, what he's done on the border, Customs and Border Protection. It's going from bad to worse, my friends, on the southern border. Customs and Border Protection is reportedly shutting down 3 highway checkpoints in Arizona as they're having to send those personnel to handle the surge at the border crossing. They're closing checkpoints in Wilcox, Arizona until further notice, redirecting staff to the crisis points. According to the internal documents this week, the Tucson sector has redirected manpower based on operational needs in response to the shifting traffic pattern, resulting in the closure of several tactical checkpoints in southeast Arizona. We expect to reopen those checkpoints as manpower and activity levels dictate. An unnamed Customs and Border Protection official said checkpoints had been closed in early January due to shifting migrant patterns in the area and limited staff for security purposes. The latest move removes the checkpoints entirely to free up additional manpower to deal with this crisis on the border. They're going into the numbers. The number of illegals, immigrant children in custody has tripled in the past 2 weeks. They've got more than 3,250, and of that number, more than 1,360 have been held longer than the allowed 72 hours. The anticipated report this week showing that there were roughly 100,000 apprehensions last month. This is exactly what happened to us in 2019 at the height of the crisis, before we were able to get the tools, the policies, the authorities we needed to address the problem, according to the former Customs and Border Protection Commissioner. We were shutting down lanes. We were pulling resources off what I referred to as our national security mission to deal with the humanitarian crisis. We're looking at a daily number of 4,500 to 5,000. I mean, every day right now. I knew this was coming. Now, closing the checkpoints is going to allow criminal illegals and drugs to be more easily brought into the country. When you start closing down interior checkpoints or lanes at ports of entry at the border, you are absolutely increasing the cartel's ability to smuggle drugs into this country. Closing down checkpoints means there's no one there, and they just get to drive right on through. On Wednesday, President Biden announced a program to help children that are fleeing violence in Central America, which is just actually emboldening even more, stoking the concerns about the influx at the border. The White House border coordinator, Roberta Jacobson, tells reporters that Biden's administration is restarting what they call the Central America Minors Program for Children. Going back prior to Donald Trump, that program allowed children fleeing El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to apply in their home countries to settle in the United States. Trump again ended that program in 2017 as he worked to stop the influx into the United States. Everything was going so much better along the southern border, was past tense. All right, John, what's happening this morning?
Oh, just commuting back home. I just wanted to call and say I'm glad to hear you back on the radio.
Well, thank you very much. Good to be here.
It was, I guess, a few weeks ago. I don't do the Facebook and the social media stuff, and I was getting ready to go out on a Saturday evening, and I thought, you know what? It's about time you pop back up somewhere. So I did a Google search.
Yeah.
And, found your overnight drive show, and I was happy to hear it. I don't have quite the story or anything even remote. I think it was Cookie you started to show off with, talking about the message she sent you.
Yes, sir. That
was touching. But I do agree that your show is really something special. It's just something that's very important to a lot of people. And I think you made a brilliant choice to stick with the overnight. I heard you talk about that the other day. decision that you made when they approached you about doing another show. But you heard anything from Apple about their app yet, or?
Yeah, the Android and the Apple app, they were both submitted at the exact same time. They go through what they call an approval process. Android got it done pretty darn quick. Apple were just kind of patiently waiting till they approve it.
Have they heard anything about Sirius Radio yet?
I know that's on the horizon at some point in time. I don't know how close that would be. I don't know all the logistically behind the scenes what goes on there. I think one issue there may come into where a lot of times they like to control the content of what the program's going to have on, and I know that is absolutely off limits to Chris as far as anyone telling us what we can and can't talk about with the whole cancel culture thing. So
that's coming from somebody that airs Howard Stern.
Well, there you go. So nothing should be off limits, should it?
I mean, I used to enjoy his show, but his politics have just gotten way too bad for me. And but you used to be on XM, didn't you?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, when XM Radio, the first day it went on, my father was still hosting the show back in those days, and we were on XM Radio from day number one. That all changed when iHeartMedia, or Clear Channel at the time, started. They created iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio wanted it to be a competitor with satellite radio. They pulled all of the Clear Channel hosts off of satellite radio at the same time in one fell swoop. And again, that was the kind of the inception of iHeartRadio coming up against satellite radio. They wanted people to go listen to iHeart on their smartphone or whatever versus paying for satellite radio.
Yeah, well, I think they would be smart to put your show on. They're lacking content, and especially what you provide in the overnight hours.
Sure.
I think I'm just going to call them up and give them an ultimatum. Hey, put Steve on, or I'm going to cancel my subscription. They ain't got much on there anymore.
I know. I mean, last I understood, they're still running George Norrie even on the damn truck channel, which makes no sense whatsoever. You can turn 100 different stations, 200, 300 stations around the country and catch that program. So it defies logic why that would still be on the truck channel. But that's the decision they've made. So.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I'm really glad to hear you back on, and I kind of pop in and pop out pretty much, and I don't know, I might be making a job change before long, but I'll be working the same schedule again. So it's nice to hear you, and you bring important service to everybody that listens.
All right, thank you so much. I'm glad you did that Google search, because I think you're hearing from more and more people that are kind of finding us that way. I mean, realistically, from the start to this point, the only way people really had any idea where the show was going to land were via the likes of social media. And, of course, for my part, about the only thing I do was the Facebook. I've got the Steve Sommers Facebook page, the official, and that's SOMMERS, Steve Sommers. If you haven't found that, that's my Facebook page. Now, of course, we've got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page, overnightdriveradio.com. But that's the way people found us. And if you weren't like a friend via social media, aside from those, the thousands who were already friends via Hot Shot Secret when they shared it, some people may have known who I was, and hopefully many others that were friends via Hot Shot Secret have come to find the show. But we're growing the numbers, incrementally working their way up with each passing day. And hey, there's a blast from the past. Ain't heard from the Lone Ranger in a while. Hello, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, Steve, I wanted to expand a little bit on your comments on the border problem. Beijing Biden made a speech last night and focused mostly on the fact that we're really doing well with this COVID, and by July 4th, you might be able to have a picnic. Now, what he left out of his speech was the problem at the border. 8% of the illegals coming across the border have the COVID. No testing. When you get on an airline, you have to get tested, get your temperature checked and everything. But they're putting these people on Greyhound buses with the COVID and sending them all over the country.
Yep.
So how do you get on TV and talk about how you're really focused on getting rid of this COVID while you're sending people on Greyhound buses that are COVID positive all around the country? Now, if the Republicans hadn't been castrated when they became officials, elected officials, they'd be filing some type of impeachment papers or something, because Joe Biden took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the land. Well, the laws of the land say you can't cross the border illegally without paperwork. That's the laws of the land. Now, if you talk to a Democrat, they'll say that people who haven't committed any crimes are okay to stay here. Well, they're assuming that coming across the border without papers is not a crime.
Exactly.
They have to wait till they commit another crime.
Yeah.
So you have to commit a second crime before they have a problem with you. And I'm looking at this, and a question I have for the audience. Now, these people, it's actually sad to watch. There's little kids, little tiny kids. There's 3,600 children currently unaccompanied in custody. And it's gotten so bad, they had Border Patrol agents come down from Canada. So, of course, anybody who wants to bring anything illegal, you're better off up in Canada because there's nobody there. And they're using them as babysitters. The Border Patrol agents are now babysitters. So, of course, the cartels, since all the Border Patrol agents are busy babysitting, they're just waltzing right across with drugs and paraphernalia and whatever. The financial boom to the cartels at the hands of Joe Biden is incredible. They are making loads and loads of money thanks to Joe Biden. But the question I have for the audience, these people are coming with literally the clothes on their back. Who is giving these people Biden T-shirts?
Mm-hmm.
I have not been able to find the answer to that question. They're wearing Biden let us in T-shirts. Who's giving them those T-shirts? They're coming to our border with those T-shirts, so
Correct.
Somebody on the other side is providing with T-shirt and signs, holding up signs. They love Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the best friend that the cartels and the illegals have ever had. Now he's got a nickname, the migrant president. Well, there's a lot of migrants that come in this country, and that's not a problem. If they're illegal, that's the problem. So they always leave out the word illegal when they refer to the immigrants. And the other thing I have for the audience, my dad passed away on March 1st, 96 years old. And what I'd like to share with the audience, now I'm handling the estate, and I'm executor of the will, and I am flabbergasted over the number of vultures that line up to try to grab as much money as they can. They want you to die broke. They want you to be broke. So, I dig my heels in, I make phone calls, and I'll give you a couple examples of how bad it can get when you're at your weakest point trying to deal with the death of a loved one. I called 4 funeral homes, pricing cremation, and the price went from $3,650 to $1,695. So I went and visited the guy that was $1,695. He owns 3 funeral homes, nicest guy in the world, beautiful facility, has his own crematory right there, which so did the one at $3,600. And I said to him, why are you so much cheaper? He said, well, the actual price is $2,775, which was pretty much the range I was finding. He said, but since we can't hold funerals, state of Pennsylvania has a limit of 10 people. And he said, you can't have a 10-person funeral and survive in this business. So he said, I'm giving discounts based on the fact that, we're not making much money. And he said, plus your dad was a World War II veteran. And he said, that means something to me. He gave me a flag. And he also ordered a bronze plaque with his name, World War II veteran, and a couple other things on there. And that he showed it to me. He showed me one that was from a Korean War veteran. And he said, I'm going to order one of these for your dad. He said, you put it on the grave site. And I said, well, the family plot is kind of a small stone. I said, that plaque really wouldn't fit. He said, well, some people mount it in front of the stone. And I said, what is the value of that? And he said, well, if you were to buy this, it would cost $1,400. But since he's a World War II veteran, the federal government pays for it.
Correct.
I said, well, I don't know what I want to do with it, but I said, I want one, but if you mount it on the grave site, I'm thinking within about a week, some crackhead will be out there with a crowbar prying it up and taking it to the scrapyard. So I think I'll just probably hold on to it. But the list of people, and if anybody has an elderly loved one, look into what they're getting charged for various things. I'll give you a couple examples. My dad was paying $4.69 for a gallon of propane from Suburban Propane. And everybody I knew that used propane was paying $2 something a gallon. So I went down to Suburban Propane, got up in the guy's face, and I said, where's this coming from, this price? Oh, your dad's a good guy. I know him 35 years. I used to be a driver. I'm a manager now, blah, 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 blah. He says, maybe I'll give him the veterans discount. I said, well, what does that bring the price down to? Because I'm looking at other companies here. I said, a 35-year customer paying that kind of money is something wrong here. So I got the next bill. It was $2.49 a gallon. So I possibly could have got ripped off on a cremation. Then he was in a nursing home 6 days, and he passed. It was $250 a day. I get a bill in the mail from the nursing home for $9,200. So I called the funeral director, who was a great guy. I said, do you know these people? He said, yeah. He says, call them up and ask for Diane. He said, what they have is a central billing company that bills them. He was only there 1 day in March. They bill you for the whole month. And I said, well, why do they do it? He goes, that's just the way they do it. So I called up Diane, nice lady. And I said, this is definitely a problem. 6 days at $250 doesn't come to $9,200 where I went to school in third grade. She said, oh, no. She goes, I'll send you the corrected copy. The actual bill is $1,513.
Really?
So I said, okay, send me the corrected copy. So I got that. But what I was thinking, I didn't ask her this because I want to keep my mouth shut, leave well enough alone. I'm thinking, suppose I would have sent her $9,200. Would I get a refund?
Yeah.
Maybe not. And again, they're catching you at a weak moment. If when you get married and the seamstress wants $8,000 for a wedding dress and the photographer wants $2,000 to take 100 pictures, and you say to yourself, well, I love this girl. She's going to be my wife forever, and I'm going to pay this and pay this and pay this because it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And then a year later, they're divorced. So again, they're catching you. Now, when you're dealing with the loss of a loved one, you're at a bit of a weak moment. And you're thinking, well, it's for my loved one. I'll just go ahead and pay this and go ahead and pay that. So now I'm dealing with lawyers to handle the estate, and they want to charge you a percentage because there's not that many hours involved unless you have a lot of stuff. So they'd make less money even at $250 an hour than they would by charging you a percentage. So that's what I'm going through now. But it's a fight after fight after fight. Now I'm going to fight with Liberty Mutual. He's had them for 35 or 36 years, homeowners insurance. Most of the people around here with average homes pay about $600 a year. That's what I pay, $6 something. He was getting charged $2,400 a year for homeowners insurance, $229 a month. So I'll be on the phone with them today fighting with them. But my point is, anybody who has an elderly loved one, take a real close look at what they're getting charged, because you've heard for the longest time that senior citizens get taken advantage of.
Yep.
That is definitely true because they come from the generation where you could trust people. And most people from that greatest generation trust people. Most of them didn't even have locks on their doors because back then people didn't rob each other like they do now. So that's what I'd like to share with the audience, but I'd love an answer to where these people are getting their Biden T-shirts. I'm guessing the cartels are buying them for them because they're making so much money thanks to Joe Biden. The cartels are just loading up with cash over his policies. And of course, we suffer. And Republicans are sitting back saying, ho hum, and doing nothing about it. The guy should be thrown out of office for violating the laws of the land. And that's all I have. See you later.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in. Yes, folks always asking, where's Lone Ranger? Where's Lone Ranger? Of course, when you're retired, most people, when they're retired, tend to sleep at night, right? Let me see here. All right, from the Doughboy, talking about the stimulus, I guess. It's the only reason Biden gave us $1,400 is because originally they were talking $2,000, and they came up with the $600 figure. If it wasn't for that, I think Biden would have gave us, I don't think he would have given us anything. He just wants to look good. I don't know about that. I know they were talking stimulus money. Yes, they passed the first, they passed the second. The $600 was because Republicans, just like with this latest, were arguing about the overall cost of the entire packages, which that second stimulus, it wasn't even $1 trillion. What was it, $900 billion or something? It was getting close, but that's what they worked together, as we've been hearing tonight, in a bipartisan fashion. You had that, what was his name? Kennedy, the representative out of Florida, I think it is, who's saying, so we met with Biden. He says, come on, we'll meet you in the middle. And when they're talking about the overall cost of the package itself, which turned out to be the $1.9 trillion. He said, so Biden says we'll meet you in the middle. So we sit down, and they didn't meet anywhere. There was no give. It was all take. The $1.9 trillion it was. To which I had to kind of chuckle when he said, if that was called meeting in the middle, he's a pretty damn poor judge of distance or whatever, however you put it. Yeah, that's true. And for Jolly Green Giant, I know everybody likes the check in the mail, right? Everybody's going to be, okay, if they put that $1,400 in my account, I'm damn sure going to spend it, right? Everybody likes free money, sure. But the Republicans were holding up because the 90% or the 80%, whatever the actual number is, that includes the checks for $1,400, was well over $1 trillion worth of stuff that had nothing to do with the COVID, the pandemic, or stimulating the economy. It's just all bailouts for democratically poorly run, overspent states, trying to get them back on a positive footing. You know what happens then when you have your Democrat Illinois, your Democrat-run New York, your California, pick your favorite state. When they get bailed out, all of a sudden they can start over again. We can start spending anew now. It's like how about at Christmas time? You've always got those secret Santas that show up at Walmart or Target, wherever, and they pay off everybody who has their layaways, whether it's $100 or $500, whatever. I'm going to pay off all the layaways in there. You had all this debt, and you were week by week trying to pay a little something down on it, $20 a week, $25, whatever it is. But you had $500 in Christmas gifts, toys, whatever, in your layaway. Someone just paid off my layaway. Holy hell, now I can spend another $500. Yeehaw, it's going to really be a good Christmas now, right? Yesterday, the signing of that $1.9 trillion package is Christmas Day for all these states that have been raping and robbing and pillaging their budgets for years to the point of being bankrupt. Bailed out by who? We, the taxpayers. But ultimately, we're going to pay the price. Because we're one step closer, we're one day closer to the whole damn country being bankrupt. Does that make sense? They just wiped their slate clean. Now you can start doing what you did all over again. Daryl, good morning.
Friday, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you so much.
Hey, on this Biden deal, you know, I watch him. I watch him on TV every once in a while, and you know he's really forgetting a lot on what's going on. I don't think he's going to be. I think 6 months or less he might make it. You know, before they try to get him out of there. What are you thinking on that?
That's exactly what I've been thinking. The way at the pace things are going, I'm thinking he's not going to last another 6 months.
Right. Well, hey, I got another question for you here. Maybe some of the callers in can help me out. I got, you know, the family's really drawing a wedge in here with this, you know, with the election and everything. And I got a niece out there in Chicago. She called the wife up when they were having all them riots out in the streets. They got about a half a block from her house. She calls the wife up and says, we must know some of them people out in the street. You know, how in the hell are we going to know anybody in Chicago that's rioting by her house, you know, getting close to her house? And then she calls us boogaloos. Have you ever heard that before? I don't even know what a boogaloo is.
I'm not sure. Honestly, it seems like I've heard the term before, but I don't know what it means.
I'm not sure what that is, you know. You know, we used to get she's got a couple girls, they come up on the farm, you know, up there. I mean, I'm up there and I'm up in no man's land. I'm lucky to see a car, you know, in the weekend. But we'd bring the girls up and they'd come up and help me on the farm and that, you know, and I never gave it thought, but they'd always ask me where my guns are. I got deer rifles. I ain't got nothing else. That's all I got. And I keep them locked up in the safe because I have grandkids too. But I never gave it thought. But, you know, they would always question that. And they were afraid that we're going to talk to their kids and try to change them. So, yeah, they won't let us, they won't let the girls come up anymore. And that's a shame. But, yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. Maybe some of your caller-ins might be able to help out. But I don't know what a boogaloo is, you know.
Yeah, I pulled it up for you here. You are an extremist. That's what you are. If you're the Boogaloo movement, whose adherents are often referred to as Boogaloo Boys, is a loosely organized, far-right, anti-government extremist political movement. It's also been described as a militia. Boogaloo adherents say they are preparing for or seek to incite a second civil war, which they call the Boogaloo. The movement consists of pro-gun, anti-government groups. Although the Boogaloo ideology itself is not white supremacist, some white supremacists or neo-Nazis have embraced it, believing that the impending unrest will be a race war. The specific ideology of each group varies. Views on topics such as race differ widely. Some groups explicitly condemn racism and white supremacy, although supporters of anti-racist groups and movements such as Black Lives Matter have been met with wariness and skepticism, as researchers are not sure if they're genuine or meant to actually obscure the movement's actual objectives. So that's via Wikipedia, a boogaloo. So if they're calling you a boogaloo, I guess they consider you a far-right, anti-government extremist. There you go. You want a second civil war. That's what you want, isn't it? All right, about 15 before the hour. Let's jump back up here. I believe Buster's on the line. What's going on, Buster?
Happy Friday to you, Steve Summers. Bet we love you. We love your callers. Daddy Lone Ranger lived to be 96. Congratulations, Lone Ranger. My daddy lived to be 80. Passed away in the year 2000. And we appreciate those stories about how they are nickel and dime our World War II legacy vets. Over?
All right. Yes, sir, Buster. I got you.
I believe those T-shirts would also have something to do with George Soros and those groups. It's just that movement that really has taken hold since 2016. They're really fighting against the legacy of our country of political correctness, the piggy, the cartoon skunk. I was talking to some of my UPS customers the last few days. Hell, they were talking about, the road runners. And then on one of my DJs on my music station, he was talking about how they were going to start going after Donald Duck and them because they're not wearing underwear. No. Over.
Where does it end? I mean, every day we wake up and see the latest of the cancel culture. Who gets canceled next? I say, some are kind of in jest, laughingly saying, "Well, Mr. Clean's got to go, Mr. That, Mr. They got Mr. Potato Head, but I don't know Mr. or Mrs. because everything's got to be gender neutral now. I don't know where it's going to end there."
I am definitely going to make sure, looking through all our archives, of any cartoons I bought for my daughter that was born in the year 1990 and stuff, because, man, that's going to become dinosaurs and very collectible. And also some Americana that has just went by the wayside. And, hey, Steve, I'm not a lifetime member on XM Radio. My brother is, and I wish I had joined the office when they did that because it's pricey to have a lifetime membership. But there is no reason why we don't have your show on midnight. And I've always thought that when I would take my summer vacations driving across America, and they got George Soros on that station. When it's the extreme. That's what I call Blue Glue. That kind of show. I mean, I appreciate them wanting to talk to the dead and all, but you would have such an audience of truck drivers that need your service at night, and it would be trucker related, just like our boys in the morning with Tim at 4 a.m. Central Time, and then we have the old predecessor that your daddy worked with. I'm going to be doing my part as well. XM's got to get you on, and I appreciate having your boss on a couple weeks ago, and I do like what they're doing, getting you a professional that wants to talk your equipment on Mondays. I think that's only right, and there's a lot of truck drivers that called in last Monday, and that man stayed busy all evening, all morning. Yep. I'm so proud of him. It is working out for you. Over, goodbye, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
All right there, Buster. Now, again, I don't know that there have even been any conversations at this point with the satellite radio or whatever. I know that's all going to be in the offing in the coming weeks, months. I mean, everything takes time to come into play, but I'm just reflecting back to, going back to when my father was still on doing his afternoons after he retired from the previous overnight gig, and he was doing 4 to 7 on the truck channel there, the Road Dog, and they had pretty explicitly said you can't, don't talk about this, don't talk about, stay away from politics, whatever. And I mean, he had done that for so many years, as we all too well know. So in the event that they try to control content, prior to just going with the online thing, there had been discussions with some other terrestrial radio outlets. I won't mention the names, but one you would very well know used to carry a truck program, and they were Chris was looking to maybe even purchase the time. What would it cost for me to buy the whole for the midnight to 5 for our program? First of all, they wouldn't offer up more than 2 hours. Then secondly, they were adamant about content, controlling content, not going to talk about politics, those kind of things. It's just, apparently that's the culture we're in. So that was that was out of the question. No. You're not going to tell us we can't talk about this or can't talk about that. So we are where we are right here, right now. And that's all I can tell you. When they're ready, the time will come and they'll talk, and we'll see what they can work out, right? We will just have to sit back, wait, and see. All right, here, what do we see? Horse Feathers, what's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back here, Your Honor. Kind of been listening through the show there, Nat. And to answer one of Ranger's questions there about the propane, the deal with the $4.65 a gallon propane is they call that decorative heating. So if you have a little gas fireplace that puts out a little nice flame, and makes a nice ambiance in your living room or something.
Yeah.
They don't consider that as regular heating. Now I have one of those, and I suggested to the Suburban propane representative that he comes out to my house and he can sit on that stove, and I'm going to take some duct tape and I'm going to tape him right down to it nice and tight, and I'm going to turn it on, and I'm going to ask him in about 5 minutes if he thinks that's decorative heat or if he thinks that's real heat. And I guarantee in about 5 minutes of being tied to that stove that, you know, when his rear end starts blistering, he's going to agree that that's real heat that comes out of that stove. Because when my little gas fireplace is burning, you do not put your hand on it, because you will end up with blisters. But that's their definition, is they call that type of appliance a decorative heating device.
Now,
they charge two different rates.
If I'm going to call Horse Feathers Propane and say I need to order 100 gallons of propane, are they going to ask me? Well, is this for a decorative heat or is this for actually home heating? How do they even know what you're ordering?
Well, because you have to have a cylinder there to hold the propane for them to bring it to, and most of the time that's a rental unit from them. And they know what device the gas is going into, whether it's your cook stove or your furnace or your little decorative fireplace. And if you don't have a cooking need or a regular furnace for heating issues, then they know what it's for, and also the volume you use. So, but yeah, with mine, I actually purchased my own tank, got away from the rental part, and I can call a service, which I can call any service because I own my own tank. When you rent a tank, you can only call the people that you rent the tank from to fill it. But since I individually own my tank, I can call any propane service to fill it, and yeah, I check all the rates, and whoever's got the best rate for me at the time I want it, then that's who I go with. But if you rent the tank, you have to pay whatever they're charging you. You don't have any control over it whatsoever.
I mean, I wonder who came up with that idea, because we've got, we put one of those decorative electric places in our home, and we've been using that especially when the furnace was out. We were using that, and it put out a pretty good heat. It is decorative heat, but it's electric. So that's the same idea as like the electric company saying, "Hey, we're going to charge you double the kilowatt hour because that's just decorative heat." So it's like that's nuts.
Exactly. Yep, it is, and you got to be very careful of it. And that's probably a thing that Ranger ran into, is that if they had a regular furnace, but they had a little gas heater, and the little gas heater with the rental propane tank on the side. As I say, they know exactly what the device is that the gas is going into, and they charge the way they want. And there's a lot of people out there that do get overcharged by the major propane suppliers. If you can find a little independent service, and you can either get a tank for them, or if you can outright purchase a tank and have your own tank there, then you have the ability to get gas from anybody you want. You don't have to be stuck with the one supplier who owns the tank.
Yeah.
But anyways, so Rhonda was talking there, and I think she was a little confused when she was talking to you about the side underride guards on the trailers.
Yep.
Because I think she was all thinking about all the aerodynamics, the wind resistance,
the skirts,
and aerodynamics
little
of the
skirts,
trailers.
those little flimsy skirts. That's not going to do anything. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. I'm not putting a dress on my trailer. That's what everybody said. No dresses on my trailer. So anyways, I think what she has to understand is they want to take that ICC bar that she has on the rear of her trailer and design that whole system all the way around the trailer. And when you get done adding all that steel and all that structure to the trailer, you're talking lots of pounds. I mean, you're talking probably a good couple thousand pounds of steel hanging on the side of a trailer to be able to be secure enough to try to stop what they're trying to stop, which at the rate of speeds most of the accidents happen at,
50,
it's not going to
60
stop
mile,
it anyways. It's going
50, 60 mile an hour car slamming into the side of a trailer. It's something strong enough to stop that car from going under the trailer and somebody getting decapitated.
Yeah, without a set of railroad tracks being mounted under the trailer, that's about the only thing that would stop them. So the other problem is people aren't considering is the amount of extra weight that's going to be added to a trailer.
Yeah.
And when you add that extra weight to a trailer, well, that takes out payload. You're not going to be able to haul as much cargo. So, well, I got a feeling that the people are going to come back out of the woodwork to say, well, we need to raise the weight limit. We got to have 97,000-pound trucks to accommodate all this, and then add another axle. And we have to have 90,000, 90 or 97,000-pound trucks to accommodate all this extra structure of the vehicle, so we can keep hauling the same amount of freight. So, yeah, there you go. So we're gonna start hearing more discussion about that. If they get this underride stuff to start pushing through, you're gonna hear about higher weight limits. Going to be the next thing to come down the pike.
All right, I saw several people in the comments section there on the social media side. There's several people had brought that up. Those guards are going to add a crap load of weight to a trailer. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, and I mean, with my tank, now it's pretty crazy because I'm hauling a tank down the road. Well, where am I supposed to hang that stuff off the side of a tank to begin with? And the other problem is I'm 42,000 pounds when I'm empty. So take that into consideration. You take 80,000 pounds and you subtract 42, and all of a sudden that's not even. That's not 40,000 pounds, and then you're going to add another 2,000-3,000 pounds to my trailer.
Yep.
I'll be able to haul a quarter of a load down the road, and then they will have to take the hours of service away because I'll have to make twice as many trips to do one load. So,
all right,
whatever.
Well, hey, you get to be our final caller of the week there, Horse Feathers. Have a great weekend. All righty, be safe out there. And we will chat with you next week. All right, I guess he's gone already. So there you go. Yeah, that wraps it up here on a Friday morning. Let me see, one final tidbit. Don't forget, if you want to, I'd appreciate you supporting Hot Shot Secret. Keep the program on the air. And if you have not yet downloaded the Android app, that's the only one available right now. Right now, if you download the app, they'll get you a code for 20% off your next order at hotshotsecret.com. When you download the app, it'll simply pop you up a code. And if you've already downloaded the app and you didn't catch it, we mentioned it last evening. If you've already downloaded the app, just go and they'll get you a code there as well. You pull up the screen and it says, "Get me my code, 20% off your next order." All righty. Then always, if you don't have the Android phone, I'm sure they'll do something like that for the Apple, the iPhone app when it comes out. But you can always get 10% off your order if you just use the code Overnight Drive at checkout via hotshotsecret.com. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been a good week. And we'll see you back here the Sunday night midnight hour. Joel Morrow again. Joel will be joining us for our first hour there as we get the brand new week underway. Hope you'll be with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.